going to ask Linda and Linda and Eileen to begin with morning prayer.
Welcome to our 2021 Associate Commitment Day. Called together for the life of the world, we vow to live in the charism of unifying love, in the true spirit of reconciliation. Grounded in the 2019 Congregational Chapter, we are compelled to go deeper, journey further, respond boldly, and dare to be prophetic. Take a nice deep cleansing breath as we bow our heads, close our eyes, and ask. Come to our aid, Spirit, who moves among us. Strengthen us, we pray. Come to us, Spirit of compassion, who transforms the face of the earth. Turn our hearts to the needs of the poor. Stay with us, Spirit of the Living One. Grant us the wisdom and courage to live our charism with only love and compassion. We are grateful, Spirit of Wisdom, for you speak to us in ways that often surprise us. You uncover truths that we had kept hidden from ourselves and support us in tasks we fear to undertake alone. We give thanks for your invitations to growth and fullness of life. Inspire us, encourage us, and fill us with enthusiasm to live this charism with love.
From today's reading. From 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 18 to 21.
Yeah, you're unmuted. I don't know why it's not coming through.
We can hear you, Linda.
Oh, you can hear them. Okay.
Brothers and sisters, the love of Christ impels us. Once we have come to the conviction that one died for all, therefore all have died. He indeed died for all, so that those who live might no longer live for themselves, but for him who for their sake died and was raised. Consequently, from now on, we regard no one according to the flesh, even if we once knew Christ according to the flesh, yet now we know him so no longer. So whoever is in Christ is a new creation. The old things have passed away. Behold, new things have come. And all of this is from God, who has reconciled us to himself through Christ and given us the ministry of reconciliation. Namely, God was reconciling the world to himself in Christ, not counting their trespasses against them, and entrusting to us the message of reconciliation. So we are ambassadors for Christ, as if God were appealing through us. We implore you on behalf of Christ to be reconciled to God. For our sake, he made him to be sin who did not know sin, so that we might become the righteousness of God in him. The word of the Lord.
Thanks.
Thanks be to God.
You, Pat will be putting you into breakout rooms in a few minutes to consider the reflection question. When you go into the breakout room, you'll have to unmute yourself to talk to each other. And then if you can take a minute or two to just silently reflect on the question, and then you'll have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with each other before returning to the larger group. So when Pat puts you into the breakout room, you will need to unmute yourself. The question, the reflection question, what might the ministry of reconciliation look like in our current diverse world? What might the ministry of reconciliation look like in our diverse world? When you return to the large group, remember to mute yourself again. And now Pat will put you into breakout room. Oh, the conversation about the ministry of reconciliation is just the beginning. From here, we invite you to go deeper as you go about life in your world. And now, please stay muted as Eileen leads us in prayer.
Eileen, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Good, but I don't hear.
I'm not, can you hear me
You're-
now?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Come, Spirit of Communion, the mystery and depth of your love holds our life, our meaning, and our destiny. Open our ears to hear again and to live your call to foster loving unity for our sake, and for the life of the world. Open our eyes to glimpse your presence with us as we act for your future that makes all things new. Open our hearts to new boldness that moves us beyond our love's limits. Dissolve resistance that keeps us from living into the hope you have for our future. As a living communion in unifying love, we believe you have blessed us in Christ with every spiritual blessing. For your endless blessings to our congregation and to the world, we give you lifelong thanks and praise. Amen.
Amen. Sister Marilyn?
I don't have the screen at all. I don't know what happened here.
We can see
Here
you.
we are. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
It's my joy to welcome you officially, although you've been doing a lot of welcoming before this. Both Pat and I are very grateful that so many of you could join us, both sisters and the associates. It is a joy. One of the goals was to get associates and sisters to come and share in this dimension. Today, our speaker is Sister Mary Mcglone. I trapped Mary at the airport at St. Louis 2 years ago. And we were talking, and she had just completed she was in the middle of her second volume on the history of the Sisters of St. Joseph. And she very generously agreed to come talk. And of course, then COVID got in the middle, but we were very happy to be able to welcome her today. Mary is a Sister of St. Joseph of Carondelet. In 1974, she was received into the congregation and made perpetual vows in 1978. She earned her doctorate in 1991 and has lived in various areas of the Southwest and Midwest in the United States and in Peru. She holds a PhD in historical theology from St. Louis University and has taught on the theological faculties in the United States and in Peru. Mary is presently serving on the congregational team of the Sisters of St. Joseph. She is also an author, and she has written several articles, and you can read her periodically in the National Catholic Reporter. She has also written the 2-volume history of the Sisters of St. Joseph of the United States. Today, Mary is going to cover the period from 1650 to 1860. And it is with a lot of joy and gratitude that I personally, and I'm sure I speak for all of us when saying we're very glad to have you with us, Mary.
Yay.
See, okay, now I think I'm unmuted. And if this works right, I'm going to be sharing my screen. If it works right.
It's coming. There you go.
Okay. Well, it is really a joy to be here with you today. As I've done this kind of presentation a number of times, and as Marilyn mentioned, I spent about 7 years working on the history of the Sisters of St. Joseph. So if people used to think it was hard to shut me up, now it's even worse when I get going on our story. As I was thinking about this, I thought we can look at history as a chronology. What happened, this happened, and that happened, and that happened. And sometimes I think people think about that as cause and effect. This happened, and therefore that happened. We can also look at history kind of like biography. Here are the major people. And if we look at our previous histories of the congregation, it went by provincials and superiors general. But I think we can also, I think the best guide for us in history is probably looking at the Acts of the Apostles, which was trying to read how the Spirit was working in the times. In the prayer, the reading from Corinthians this morning, it said, we no longer regard anyone according to the flesh. And I thought, I think what that means, or at least one thing that it means, is that instead of seeing chronology, instead of seeing biography, we are attuned to how the Spirit works in our times. And therefore, when we look back at our history, which is what we're going to do today, just the first 200 years of change, we're going to be trying to say, how did the Spirit work among us? So that's what I want to do. As we say, a look at the signs of their times. In order to begin to read our own, when I first was entering the community, and Marion Cowan was my spiritual director, she kept trying to teach me to look at my own life and see how the Spirit had worked in me in previous times in order to recognize the way God continued to work with me. Well, I think that's what we do when we look at our history too. So where we started was France, a place with a long tradition of Christianity, of Catholicism, you know, called the church's eldest daughter. And here we have the Cathedral of Notre Dame, built over a period of 200 years. So I think that's something to just play with in our minds. 200 years of building a church, and we've got 400 and some of building our congregation. What was the image of a woman, of a Christian woman? Well, you know, they had all their bishops and popes and so on. But if you wanted to look for the image of a French woman saint, we had our friend Joan of Arc, and that was one capable woman. When we come closer to the time that we're talking about, who were the people whose reading of the Spirit influenced us? Well, we had Ignatius of Loyola. Teresa of Avila. New ideas were growing in the church. Ignatius began a new movement in religious life, that of apostolic religious life. Teresa was one of many who said women's voices can go way beyond where you think they should be. There was religious revival going on. The picture on the right is supposed to be one of the salons, the women gathering together, talking about religious ideas, theology, what was it? Not the community, the association, something like that, of the Blessed Sacrament. People were talking about theology, about their ideas about God. Then we get our good friend Francis de Sales, who began working with a good friend, Jane de Chantal, and they began a new kind of religious community. The idea was they called themselves the Sisters of the Visitation, and that was to take the idea of how traditionally women had been told that they were to be contemplative, like Mary in the Annunciation, Mary quiet, Mary listening, Mary saying nothing more than here I am. And Francis said, women are the women of the Visitation who go out, who meet others, who say, what is God doing among us? And so the Visitation was founded to visit the homes of the sick and poor. And as long as they were in Francis diocese, it worked. But as soon as they expanded into the Archdiocese of Lyon, they were put in the cloister. So another good friend, Vincent de Paul, came along and he said, that's what happens. We get the women, and as soon as they're doing something new as sisters, they're shut down. So Vincent didn't found a new community with Louise de Marillac. They reformed the lay life of women. And so they called them the Daughters of Charity. And that's why even today, Daughters of Charity never make perpetual vows. They make annual vows. And Vincent had he took Francis's idea of visiting the sick poor and expanded it in beautiful ways. So these things are going on. This is all being fomented among women at this time. And then we have in France, the great missionaries. John Francis Regis was one of those French missionaries who we'd probably call today home missioners. While France had this great tradition of the missionaries who went to the New World, there was also the home missioners who went out in the hillsides where the people were rather uninstructed in the faith. And these folks were there to reform. They weren't, the Jesuits were to go in and really do what we'd call missions and get people tuned into faith to God in their lives. And then the idea was that they would set up groups, sodalities, we might call them, anything that would keep the movement going, that would keep the spirit alive. And women were responding to this. Women wanted to do something, but they weren't recognized. They weren't able to find the ways to do it in official, formal ways. So then we move on. And here is the sort of the most popular vision of Le Puy. Le Puy was a city, small city, but it was important religiously. It was a diocese. It was the seat of a diocese. And it was the place, one of the first places from which the Camino de Santiago, the trek, the pilgrimage started. And what happens in Le Puy? John Francis Regis lives in Le Puy. Regis was probably the one who began encouraging women in Le Puy and other places, poor women, women without sustenance, to make lace. And he actually ended up in a big fight with the royalty because they were going to prohibit people from using and buying lace. And he said, no, this is the way women can make a living. And therefore it was the poor women's way to work their way through things without turning to the streets. So another one of the wandering missioners is this Jean-Pierre Midai. He came after Regis and was never really stationed in Le Puy, but he was one of these Jesuits who went through the countryside in missions, gathered people, and was hearing what women wanted to do. He was known as a spiritual director, which means he was a listener. So there were women there who saw this. They saw what the Jesuits were doing. And they asked, oh, why not women? Who can deny the call that we feel? And it was sort of a way of asking the question, do you believe the Spirit is still working? Or did it all end with the New Testament or the Council of Trent? Or when do you put a stop to the Spirit's inspiration of new things in our world and our church? So what happened was Jean-Pierre Midai met these women who had, there's a word in Spanish that we just can't capture in English, inquietud. It's a desire, something that makes you just not able to settle because there's something more that you want. And these women had an inquietud for a new kind of life, a new religious life. And Midai heard that. And what happened was he found somebody else. All of a sudden, in this little town in France, there were men who knew how to listen to the Spirit, and therefore they knew how to listen to women. So it was only because of the combination of these two men's way of listening that we were able to come into existence. Now, the Jesuits were founded in the mid-1500s. And by the time of Midai, they had over 13,000 members. And so where did we start? 6 women. And with over 13,000 members in the Jesuits, the Superior General had time to worry about the fact that Father Midai in France was working with women in a way that wasn't exactly according to the Jesuit rule. These 6 women who came together, they weren't the first necessarily gathered by Father Midai. There had been a group working in Saint-Fleur, but circumstances went against them. But we know the names of these 6 women in Le Puy who came together from the leadership of Father Midai and the sponsorship of Bishop Henry de Maupas. Francois Hérault, Claudia Chastel, we don't know how old she was, Marguerite Boudier, Anna Chalayet, Anna Vey, Anna Brun. Now look at the difference in age among these people. That's an intergenerational community from the get-go. Probably the 2 youngest were women who were orphans and being cared for by these women who had already been put in charge of a hospital, which was a place for a care home for those who needed care. So it could be orphans, it could be the elderly, it could be the sick, poor. So who are these people? They're simple women who wanted to do something that hadn't been done before. They found help in multiple quarters, not only Bishop de Maupas and Father Midai, but also a wealthy woman in the town who helped them. They were influenced by more than they probably could have named. the spiritualities growing in their time, this inquietude of women, the Company of the Blessed Sacrament, which I mentioned earlier without having the proper name, was a secret society that came together for deep prayer, theological reflection, and also organized themselves to do good for the poor in rather large ways. So there was all kinds of stuff. And Francis de Sales' spirituality was basically one of joy, one of recognizing the great love of God. And then there was the Ignatian spirituality that, of course, those missions were bringing to them. And Vincent de Paul and his love of the poor, all of these things were the spirituality mixture of their day. So what did these women do? We have on the right the picture of women going out. Remember, we had that theme, divide the city. Now, I used to live in North St. Louis, which is the poorer side of town and largely African-American. And one of the sisters I lived with embroidered this lovely thing that said the Ville, which was another name for that area of North St. Louis. And it said, divide the city. Now my sister walked into this and she said, divide the city? Why would you do that? But it was the idea of go out, see as much as you can of the needs that are there, then come back. And that's where we have our, what I call the myth of our kitchen. And when I say myth, I mean that it's a symbol that that says way more than any particular historical fact could ever say. The myth of our kitchen is where is born our whole tradition of sharing of the heart and order of the house. Those women went out to sea in order to come back and discern together what it was they were called to do. What they were called to do for the good of the dear neighbor. And so their kitchen was a place for work, a place for conversation, a place for sharing meals and sharing life, for the sharing of the heart and the order of the house. And as we think about that, I would just invite you to put to the side this little question of, where is your kitchen? Where is our kitchen? When do you frequent it? With whom do you go to this kitchen? Now, the kitchen is a great, it's the heart of what they were doing. But that heart would have been something that happened in 1650, maybe until 1685 in France, unless they did something more to organize. They had their spiritual director, Father Midai, and they had the bishop, both of whom were attentive to the signs of the times, willing to listen to these women and giving the spirit room to grow and continue. And so what happens is we begin to institutionalize. We begin to write a constitution. Now, this is a much later version. Most of the constitution that Father Midai wrote for us was handwritten, and the constitutions were copied by hand until about 1690, when they first published one. I don't have any copies of the 1690 Constitution. But what was going on? What did de Maupas say? This is his official approbation of this group of women. We, Henri de Maupas, desiring to enhance the glory of God and the salvation of souls and the service of charity in our diocese, knowing that some good widows and young women desire to consecrate themselves to the admirable exercise of charity in the service of the great hospital for the poor sick of our community, as well as in the education and orientation of orphan girls from our hospital of Montferrand. And so they might dedicate themselves with more energy to those exercises they have wanted, under our acquiescence, to institute a society and congregation in which, living in community, it would be possible without any impediment to dedicate themselves to those exercises. So the idea is, for the first time, women can form an approved congregation that is apostolic in nature. They didn't use that language, but that was the idea. And so, according to Midai, now I look at this, they're reading the signs of the times and being as bold as the disciples in the Acts of the Apostles, who say it appears good to us and to the Holy Spirit. And so they say this congregation, according to the design that divine goodness seems to have inspired, they're claiming this boldly as the work of God, is to be a grouping of widows and single women living in the same house in the manner of religious. Up until this time, any woman religious had to be in the cloister. You were allowed to leave the cloister in case of fire, famine, or leprosy. That was what got you outside the walls. And these women wanted to be out in the city. So in the manner of religious, chosen souls who will devote themselves to the sacred exercises of compassion, the direction of hôpitaux, and of care of every kind of sick person, the visiting of prisons, the direction of orphan girls, and other similar works, and who will do all they can by means of these exercises to bring about as best they can the salvation and perfection of the neighbor. So there we've got our beginnings. What we are called to do is, as we've said, basically, we are restricted to anything of which a woman is capable to serve the dear neighbor. So here's de Maupas. It will have the name Congregation of St. Joseph, a cherished name, which will remind the sisters that they should be with and serve the neighbor with the same attention, diligence, charity, and affection that the glorious St. Joseph had. Now, these documents are the core of who we were called to be, the core of the spirituality that inspired who we were. So nevertheless, it's not just St. Joseph. It will be consecrated to the very holy, uncreated Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and to the created Trinity of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. And in honor of the adorable majesty of these persons, it will very humbly endeavor to proclaim openly what it knows to be most pleasing to God in every kind of perfection, interior and exterior, and in every kind of zealous exercise for the good of souls and the relief of the needy. And then he goes through what will be the residence of the sisters. This is a picture of Le Puy, and many of those buildings are as old as our congregation. And then, in addition to the sisters who live in that hospital, besides the sisters who, in this residence, who will form the main body of our new congregation, there may also be belonging to it other agrégés who, in various areas of neighboring cities and villages, will engage in the same exercises as these sisters, as so far as feasible. There's something in all of this that keeps saying, You're going for the biggest, for the most perfect as far as it's possible. You're going to do the agrégés will be just like the sisters in whatever way it works. It's that, and that's really the perfection idea that runs through Father Midai's maxims. It's not, perfection is not a state that you arrive at and nothing ever changes. It's an ongoing advancing, responding to the moment, doing insofar as is feasible what needs to be done. And so speaking of the agrégés, he says only 2 or 3 will live together in the same house, and they will be inseparably attached to our little congregation by the vow of stability. This will provide a place of spiritual strength for many single women who, having no intention of marrying, lack the means to enter religion. And that may, because we did not require a dowry, that probably means that they did not have the freedom in terms of other kinds of obligations that they had. For these agrégés, there will be a special reglement, and noble women who are kept in the world against their will by rank or obligations may be included among them. So it's this, all kinds of ways of being connected to with it, and trying to say as much as you need to institutionalize, to give it a stability for the future, but not to tie it down. Well, I'll jump to this next one. It has been quite difficult to state the nature of this little design without, at the same time, speaking of its special end. Therefore, in the interest of greater clarity, we wish to add just a few words. First, that this little congregation is to unite in a body of religious or of associés and agrégés. So now we've got something new. There are associés and agrégés. Now remember, maybe I didn't say that when those Jesuits went out preaching, doing their missions, they tried to form small groups that would maintain the spirit of what had been awakened in the people during the mission. Well, that's like us. It's when I was in high school, those were sodalities. That's the associés, those who share this charism, but not the style of life. And the agrégés are something unique and different between. So the end of this congregation, the purpose of it, is to unite in a body the holiest persons whom God has in the world, who lack the means to enter religion or who are not called to it. So this to religion means not to the cloistered life. And to perfect these persons more and more in the exercise of the holy service of God. So these people are going to become holy by the way they serve the neighbor and by the way they come together. Secondly, through their zeal, they aspire to provide for the spiritual and temporal needs of the dear neighbor. I'm going to let you read those in the slides that we made available, because I want to move a little faster through some of this, because the next 2 presentations need to get put partially into this one. From what we have said, he says, it is clear that the end of our new congregation, this new thing that's happening in the world, is twofold. In the first place, it aspires to establish and maintain in quite high virtue all of its members. So the first reason for coming together is because it makes us better people. It makes us holier. In the second place, It aspires to practice all the spiritual and corporal works of exercises of mercy of which a woman is capable, and through them to benefit greatly at the same time many among the dear neighbor. And so the coming together is to make one another better servants of the neighbor. And being servants of the neighbor is what makes you holy, is what gives you the reason why you came together, and it's all one great grand circle. So this is an image of a hospital from those times. This is an image of a country home, like what our sisters, the agrégés, would have been living in. Again, the room, or the inside of the country home. The bed, it is quite dark in there, but that's probably true. You know, windows let in a lot of weather, be it hot or cold, and those big thick walls keep the temperature rather stable. So here we are seeing Le Puy, defining ourselves. Am I in? No, I didn't move in. I think my printout. The agrégés, an image of the country women of the time, attached to a country church, doing their own work, whether that's in the fields or in the kitchen. And I don't know how much time we have at this point. Pat, can you tell me?
Pat, she's
Yes.
muted.
Yeah, I got it. It's only 10:20, so you have plenty of time if you want
Like,
to.
tell me how much is plenty?
10:45 is when we were supposed
Okay.
to take our first break.
All right, then we're going to move into part 2 because, as I said, part 1 I was going to hurry through, and part 2 takes us a little further in this institutionalization. So I'm revising the presentation just a little bit to try to get it all in. And so.
Good.
So there we are, part 2. So this community grew as independent communities. The sisters from Le Puy would get a request from somewhere else, and 1 or 2 of those sisters would go to another place and open up a new house. And that would be independent of Le Puy. It wouldn't be an agrégé connected to, but a new place, perhaps in a different diocese, perhaps just another town a good ways away. But the idea was the sisters served very locally. And those little communities that grew up all were independent. They had their own superior. And if you read the constitutions, they had, there was at least an official office for each member, I think, if they remained small, 20 or fewer. But that meant that they all had their own novitiate. That meant that they were, while they had the same spirit and the same constitutions, and probably some connection among them, with probably looking at some of the bigger places, Le Puy, Saint-Fleur, I'm not positive of Saint-Fleur, Le Puy and some other Vienne, larger communities would have been a central influence, but they were not, as we would say, juridically connected. So the superior at Le Puy was an independent equal to the superior in some of the other big places. And this would have left a lot of inequality among the sisters. Some groups would have been very poor. Some were probably quite well endowed. Some would have had great leadership, others probably not. And the bishop of the area, and this will become important in the future, was the bishop of whatever diocese they were in, was their major superior, who could run just about anything that had to do with their daily lives. But this movement grew. By 1789, there were 147 communities of Sisters of St. Joseph had been established in France, mostly in that area that's kind of southeastern, Le Puy, Lyon, etc. But in other places as well. And the constitutions had been printed, which is another stage of institutionalization. When you've got something that's handwritten, it's a little easier to sneak a different word in. And as a matter of fact, there was some disagreement about the community. The constitutions were printed, I said, first in around 1690. And I believe it was in Vienna. And one constitution was printed, which said that Henri de Maupas had told the sisters what kind of habit they were to wear. And it began to make the Sisters of St. Joseph much more like nuns. And when I say that, I'm using the word nuns to indicate those who live a rather cloistered or a semi-cloistered life, who have a very well-established rule, horarium, way of living, who wear a distinctive habit. Now, in the beginning, we did not have a habit, nor did we have that kind of regulation, but rather our coming together, as we saw in those excerpts from the constitutions, our coming together was what our last chapter theme was, called together for the life of the world. The purpose of being together was to together become holy in the service of the dear neighbor. And so I think that's where we go back to the myth of the kitchen. It's that always going out and seeing what the needs are and coming back and saying, how can we serve them? You know, obviously there are needs that we can't serve, but what we see, what do we have that we can do something about it? And that's the sharing of the heart, what God is awakening in me, my great desires, and the order of the house. What are we called to do about it? And so there was, as the constitutions were printed, somebody really did kind of pull a fast one. And when the constitutions of Vienne were printed to say that Henri de Maupas gave an idea of the dress, or a kind of a habit, to the sisters, that they were to dress like widows. And I think there was a cross indicated that they would wear. That was done in 1694. Then somebody decided that it should be a little stricter and wrote that Henri de Maupas told them what their habit was and had more strict rules, and they dated that one 1693. So it sounded as though the 1694 was a revision of 93, but actually our historians tell us it was the reverse. So it's just kind of fun to see the French, the origins and the name of the congregation. And that's what I read before. This congregation, according to the design that God has inspired, is called to all of this. So 1650 to 1808 is where we're going to start now and see how far it goes. So as I said, by the 1788, 87, there were nearly 150 communities of Sisters of St. Joseph. So we have gone from the little kitchen to the institution. This is a picture of the mother house at Le Puy, which I don't know all the details, but somehow we took over the house of the Sisters of the Visitation in Le Puy. So that's from the little kitchen, and this kitchen is in this building, but we became this great institution. And Le Puy was not the only place. We really know very little about the women who entered these little congregations or big communities, except that that movement really caught on and kept going. If they hadn't gotten Henri de Maupas' approval, if they hadn't had the constitutions, this might have been like little prayer groups or little communes that exist for a time, and then the members die out and that's it. But somehow with the constitutions, the institutionalization allowed for a long-term future. So let's go from Le Puy to Basse and Bassée. So yes, you can see my arrow. Here's Basse and Bassée. Here's Le Puy. And because we won't, I'm not sure we'll see this map again. This is Monistrol, and this is Saint-Didier. Those names will all come up. So from Le Puy, the center of the diocese, the great pilgrimage center, the mountain of Saint-Michel, a beautiful cathedral, we go to this little tiny town, Basse and Bassée in Haute-Loire, France. This is the parish church in Basse and Bassée. And this is where the Fontbonne family lives. And there is there a school and a convent of the Sisters of St. Joseph. And this, according to our best knowledge, here on the right is the doorway to the Fontbonne home. It's just around the corner and down the block from the church. Now, what's interesting, for a long time, they had pretty well determined that this was probably the Fontbonne home. Then a few years back, there was a group from Mount St. Mary's in Los Angeles that was visiting and doing a tour and was in Basse and Bassée to see the Fontbonne home. And there was a little sign in the window. And one of the donors, one of the board members at Mount St. Mary's asked what the sign said. And whoever was their translator said, it says it's for sale. Well, that person decided that Mount St. Mary's was going to buy it. And Mount St. Mary's now owns the Fontbonne home in Basse and Bassée, which it's a little place, but it is, they've got it arranged so that it's open, say if visiting scholars want to go, or if people want to see it. I have not been there since they bought it, so I'm not sure what it all is, but it is nice to know that we now have what we think is Mother St. John's home. So here we have our friend Jean Fontbonne, born in 1859, died in 1843. We don't know a whole lot about her. The lives of Mother St. John Fontbonne were written like lives of the saints of that era. And so we get a lot more of the author's ideas of piety than we necessarily do of Mother St. John's real life. But we've got the idea that she was a simple woman born in this little town in 1859. Her aunts had a convent and a school, Sisters of St. Joseph, in the town of Bassin-Bassé. And Jeanne and her sisters probably studied there. They very likely, although we don't have proof of this at all, they very likely also went to the high school in Le Puy at that big institution that we saw. So this picture on the right is just an image of a young woman of that time. You know, and you can just picture her sort of going off to school with her bedding on her back, because it would have necessarily been a boarding school. From where did they come home on weekends? Did they come home once a month? We don't know. But she may have looked much like this, carrying her clothing and bedding. From some of the stories that we've got, we know that she was a smart and a fairly strong character. She was in school with her older sister, Marie. And the aunts, well, one of the aunts anyway, the one who was the superior where they were, whether she was very strict or just wanted to be sure that her nieces didn't get too much favor, she really put the fear of, or tried to put the fear of God in the girls. And when it was time for the older sister to make her first communion, the aunt got her really scrupulously afraid that she'd never be worthy. And Jean, the younger sister, kind of talks her out of that and says, you can do this. You know, this is what God wants. And she could stand up to her aunt, who was the superior. And when she is 18, she decides that both sisters, Jean, who's 18, and her older sister, decide that they want to be Sisters of St. Joseph. And that would mean that they would enter this little convent in Bassin-Bassé, where their aunts were. So it's a little bit of a family tradition, it sounds like, and that happens a lot, and certainly did in the olden times in community. So they expected to enter the congregation in Bassin-Bassé. And it turns out that the bishop wanted the aunt to open a new community in the city town, a larger town than Bassin-Bassé, but certainly not huge, of Monistrol. And so here we go the right way. This is, Monistrol is where the bishop's summer home is. This is the bishop's simple summer home. He apparently, he'd be the bishop of Le Puy, but he knew the Fontbonnes and Bassin-Bassé and had his eye on Jeanne Fontbonne, saying to the aunt when she went to open a community in Monistrol, bring your nieces, and talked about that Jeanne was going to be a leader. And so this is a picture of the convent where Jeanne and her sister entered the community at Monistrol. Now the door is new, the statue of St. Joseph, but this is the building of the community in Monistrol. Now that I think about it, it's probably not exactly the same building because they lost that in the revolution. But the community in Monistrol was founded in 1689. So that's, 39 years after the first community in Le Puy. So it's one, Monistrol had this community. The bishop wanted another one. And this is the convent in Monistrol today. So in 1778, Jeanne and her sister go to Monistrol. And the bishop had promised her aunt that she could return to Bassin-Bassé. So in 1785, like 7 years later, Jean Fontbonne becomes the superior in this little community in Monistrol. Now, when we say the superior, remember this is an independent foundation. So she's the superior of a community that could have been 5, it could have been maybe up to 12 members. And she probably, according to the way the rule was, expected to be the superior general of 12 sisters for the rest of her life. Then what nobody was exactly counting on, 1789, just a few years later, begins the French Revolution. And this is going to change everything. The storming of the Bastille happens in 1789. Now, I had always heard about this. I had always read about it in history and so on. But when I was working on this history, I had to do a lot more. Well, I didn't. I ended up running down all kinds of little rabbit holes and found what I call fun facts to know and tell. And one of the fun facts to know and tell is that when the Bastille was stormed to begin the French Revolution, it was the prison. There were 2 or 3 prisoners there. And one of them was the Marquis de Sade. The bigger deal about the storming of the Bastille was that it was the place where arms were being stored. So they stormed the Bastille. Then the revolution becomes very, they say, anti-clerical. And that's the rationale behind it. As the revolution is a revolution for the poor, the United States has already had its revolution. And that was for democracy. This was a revolution much against the royalty, against the way society was organized. Because society in France at that time was classist. And as soon as we hear that word, we get negative feelings. And they didn't have necessarily negative feelings about this before the revolution. They understood, their worldview said that God had established classes. There was the ruling class, the divine right of kings. The king, like the church, represented the will of God. What happened was great corruption and extreme wealth among some, and extreme poverty with a tiny group in between. Jean Fontbonne and Jean-Pierre Midai would have come from that tiny group in between. Bishop de Maupas, back in his day, the Bishop of Le Puy in Jean Fontbonne's time would have been the upper classes. But because the church was so tied with the royalty, with the upper classes, the revolution was anti-clerical as much as it was anti-royalist. And so it became anti-religious. To be anti-religious in that time was basically to be anti-Catholic. And it was to dethrone all of religion. And so this picture on the right is what they did to the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. Covered up the altar and put the goddess of reason there in the place of Notre Dame, the Blessed Virgin Mary. So this is an attempt to impose a new way of thinking. Rationality is to replace theology and spirituality. church can continue, but under the rule of the state and to serve the purposes of the state. Now, granted, the church before this might have been serving primarily the good of the wealthy. So now it's a turn that's not, it's not a reformation, it's a revolution in the sense of turning everything upside down. So when we think about the French Revolution and the Sisters of St. Joseph, within a year, religious orders are dissolved because they were looked at as useless. The wealthy orders were looked at just like any wealthy landowner, any big organization that oppressed the poor. Religious vows were declared illicit. All church property was transferred to the state, and they create a civil constitution of the clergy, and all clergy were required to swear an oath of allegiance to the state. Now, the one little caveat in this was that those religious, and by then there were more than just Sisters of St. Joseph, who were serving the poor, were allowed to continue quasi-religious, but because they were serving, they served a purpose. So the church at large didn't know exactly what to do with this. The Pope, it took over a year for the Pope to say this is wrong. And so in 1791, Pope Pius VI condemns the constitutional oath, says true Catholics must remain true to Rome, not to the government. 1792, religious are forbidden to administer public institutions. Now we begin the reign of terror, when there's a massacre of prisoners, priests, sisters, bishops in Paris and Lyon and other places. In 1792, Mother St. John, who had been operating as a quasi-religious with just her sister and one other sister in the house at Monistrol, was ordered to leave. And the persecution is beginning. By October, they're forced to abandon Monistrol, and eventually they're arrested. And I think that's where we will stop for now. And as we think about this, as you go into groups to talk about it, the question is, for me, one of the questions is, how were they reading the signs of the times? What do you see of the Spirit's work? How do you identify with what's going on here? And just about anything else that you'd like to ask yourself. Pat, do you want to take over here?
I will. Just give me a minute and I will
Sure.
move you all to breakout rooms.
Okay, I'll stop my sharing.
Thank you.
Pardon me.
That's okay.
Something just came up and I didn't want, there we go. I think I'm all right. Okay. Well, let's see, let's go back to where we were. The French Revolution. Now, are we okay? One of the things that happened as I started to read more and more about the French Revolution, recognizing how oppressed the poor were, how difficult the life of the majority of the people in France was, I thought, I think our sisters today would be on the side of the revolutionaries. But we don't have their mindset. As I said, they thought very clearly in terms of classes. They just didn't have democratic sense. They certainly didn't have our equality of the genders sense. But there must have been some difficulty in discerning what to do. So, as I said, Mother St. John, they took off the habit and continued to operate. Then the parish priest who had sworn the civil oath, she was just too much for him, and he demanded that the sisters attend mass, and they said no. This was the mass of a heretic, basically, or somebody who had left the church. So one day he sends a troop of soldiers to escort the sisters and force them to go to the liturgy in the parish there in Monistrol. And so forced to do it, the three of them stood through the entire liturgy and did not respond at all, just to show that they were there by force and did not believe. Now see, remember the old ways of thinking about the Mass. Now, of course it was the Latin Mass, of course it was mystery, and they insisted that it was not that it was not valid, that it was not really a Eucharist, and did not do anything. And that got to him enough that within 2 weeks, as you see there, October 2nd to October 14th, he had them evicted. So what did she do? Young woman, going back to the countryside. They went home. And probably, according to the stories in that big, thick life of Mother St. John, they were ministering to people. They were hiding the Eucharist. We've got those imaginary pictures that somebody made and have gone throughout congregations, including the one of the sister like this before the guillotine, which would not have been at all the way somebody went to the guillotine. We did have sisters who were sent to the guillotine in Le Puy. But nobody went in a habit. Everybody was dressed in the same simple white gown kind of thing, with their hair cut off when they went to the guillotine. But Mother St. John is back home in the French countryside in Bas-en-Basset, and they are harboring priests who remain true to Catholic Rome. They are working with people, and the government was after them. It's like the stories we've heard from, the 20th century in communist countries, where the very fact of a few people celebrating the Eucharist was a threat to the communist government, and they had to come looking for them. They had to arrest them. Well, it turns out, as the story goes, that at one point there were some priests being hidden in the Fontbonne home, and rather than have the house searched, Mother St. John and her sister came out and allowed themselves to be arrested, lest the priests be discovered and arrested too. So she goes to prison. Now, there were not enough prisons for all of the people that the revolution was arresting. So they're taken to prison in this town of Saint Didier in Velay. So you see, home is Bas-en-Basset, but here's Monistrol, and here's Saint Didier, about 35 miles from, wait a minute, Saint Didier to Bas-en-Basset is 15 miles, and it's a total of about 35 miles from Le Puy. they couldn't have, as I said, they didn't have room in the prisons. And so they took over monasteries. They had usurped all church property. And so monasteries were turned into prisons. And this is the prison where Mother St. John was in St. Didier. From the stories that we have, it appears that there weren't any priests in that prison, but people could visit. Mother St. John's family came, particularly her brother, and got food in for them more than what the prison was giving them. You know, it was that kind of a prison situation. And letters were snuck in. There's quite the story about a letter that came from the brother of a sister of St. Joseph to Mother St. John, talking about the temptations they'd feel when arrested and when threatened with death. That's in the first volume of our history, if you want to try to find it. But what I loved about the prison stories was, Mother St. John's style of leadership. Apparently, when she's in prison with a few other sisters of St. Joseph and any number of perhaps other lay people who have been arrested for the crime of being practicing Catholics. And so to pass the time, she suggests that they go on pilgrimage. And she invites somebody, says to somebody, now, what is your favorite church? What is the place that you most feel the presence of God, what it means to be the church? Think about that place. And tomorrow you're going to take us there. We're going to start from here. And in imagination, you have to take us all along the road, telling us what we're seeing, telling us what we're doing, leading us in prayer along the way, getting us into that church, introduce us to it, or to that place of pilgrimage, whatever it is. Introduce us to it and lead us in our visit to this place. So what a neat way to deal with folks, to deal with being imprisoned, and to help people reinforce their identity and to share with one another. It makes me think a little bit. I said something about communists and their fear of the church. I've had a lot of contact with friends in Romania who lived through the underground church in their persecution from 1948 until about 1990 something. But they talked about the intellectuals, those who refused to renounce their faith as Eastern Rite Catholics were imprisoned, and all of the bishops and many, many clergy, lots of intellectuals, people from the universities. So what they did in their prison time when they could was organized classes. They'd have professors of this or that teaching their fellow prisoners whatever their specialty was, and bishops were known to secretly ordain people through prison windows and all kinds of things. But, people in persecution can become much stronger in their faith and very creative if they've got the right company and leadership. So they're in prison. They're dealing with it as best they can. And one day they are told that their turn is coming next. And what that means was that they would be taken from Saint Didier to Le Puy, where they would be tried. And the practice was you were tried and executed either that day or the next day. And so the sisters all prepared themselves for this to happen. And instead, what happened was that Robespierre was shot down, we could say. It was the downfall of Robespierre. There was rebellion against him, probably in large part because things had just plain gotten too chaotically violent. Robespierre was arrested, and it's unclear whether he shot himself or was shot. but he was taken wounded immediately to trial, just his whole style of things. There he is bleeding from a gunshot wound, and he's put on trial, and he's guillotined on July 28th, 1794, in the same place as he had had the King and Queen of France guillotined earlier. So everything changes again. Mother St. John and companions are freed. So she goes back home to the Fontbonne home in Bassin-Bassé. She could not get, as far as we know, she attempted but could not in the ensuing years retrieve the property of the convent at Monistrol. And so she stayed in Bassin-Bassé, probably doing what she had done before her arrest, attending to people, catechizing, being a religious leader. She did not go back into the convent of her aunt in Bassin-Bassé. She did not go into any other group reestablishing itself. They did not reestablish themselves. She was in Bassin-Bassé. And I'm just really curious as to what she was thinking, what she was planning. All we can imagine is that she was continuing with her vocation to do anything of which a woman is capable, to serve the dear neighbor, le cher prochain. It's hard to conceive of the confusion. The whole world has been turned upside down a couple of times now. There could be some things very much like our own day, when because of technology and things that were not started but exacerbated by COVID, the world is not what the world that most of us grew up in. What is it now, and what are we called to do? Well, she apparently had a great patience, or didn't jump into anything. What were the possibilities that she could look at? The government was in a mess. The society, the government was still anti-Catholic. And then in 1799, Napoleon succeeded in a coup. By 1804, he made himself emperor, and that lasted for about a decade. What happened here? She's there with the peasants. And we have Napoleon. And it turns out that the archbishop, the cardinal archbishop of Lyon, is Napoleon's uncle. And there is a priest that Cardinal Fish wants to be his vicar in Lyon. But this priest, who was one of those exiled during the French Revolution, has started a new congregation of sisters. They are going to be the most penitent, the most humble that anybody could ever be. They're called the Black Sisters. And he designed for them, I mean, this is almost a takeoff on Bishop de Maupas, who suggested a form of habit that would be the widow's dress of the day with a cross. Well, this Father Choleton designed a habit that was to look ridiculously ugly, so that the sisters would be kept humble as they walked on the street and people made fun of them. He's got this whole spirituality that he's got for these sisters under his tutelage, that they'll be a penitent order. They will serve the poor, but as humbly as could be possible. And he's got these sisters and he wants to take care of them. So he's resistant to Cardinal Fesch's invitation that he go to Lyon. So the Cardinal wants to find somebody to take care of these sisters. And it turns out that a wandering Franciscan ends up in Lyon. His name escapes me right now. And he hears about the quandary and says to the Cardinal, I think I know who you want. She was a sister in Monistrol, and she's at home in Bassin-Bassé. Her name is Jean Fontbonne. Why don't you send for her? And so, converging circumstances and divine providence. Here are those poor Black sisters trying to do their we have the combo, Cardinal Fesch, the Franciscan. They send a little carriage out to Bassin-Bassé and invite Mother St. John Fontbonne to come and take over this small community. Now, the stories are that when the Cardinal's people arrived at Bassin-Bassé and looking for Jean Fontbonne, Mother Fontbonne, her own mother, whom she was caring for at the time, heard what they wanted and said, oh no, you don't want her, she's got no good sense. But Mother St. John, for some reason, accepted this invitation to go to Monistrol and to take over this small community. I'm trying to catch up in my notes. So she goes to the city of Monistrol, which is a rather, the city of Saint-Étienne, which is a rather large industrial city, even more so now, and takes over this group of women who have been formed in this very austere penitential way. They don't know her, she doesn't know them. She's sent to be their formator and superior. And she begins to form them, to lead them in the spirit of the Sisters of St. Joseph. So on July 14th, 1808, the first group of these women are received as Sisters of St. Joseph. And here are their names. And the one there in white, Suzanne Marcoux, became Sister St. John the Baptist. And she's famous because she is the one who she was Mother St. John's protege in a lot of things. And very soon after profession was sent to Chambéry and became the founders of the Congregation of Chambéry. The way that things were growing, she would have been sent to open a ministry of the Sisters of St. Joseph. But as dioceses were reforming after the Revolution, if you were in a different diocese, the rule was that the bishop was the major superior. And so it usually became another congregation. But as time is going on there in Saint-Étienne, one of Napoleon's ideas about the church was that while he thought a lot of it was pretty useless and monasteries had no reason to exist, women religious and men religious who were teachers, women religious who were apostolic and men religious who were teachers were very useful to the country. And so he approved of their existence and also thought that they ought to be organized on a larger scale. So he wanted to bring them together. Napoleon was a general and he thought everything should operate like the army, real organized. You've got a general, you've got your colonels, you've got your, and so he wanted religious to come together. And that's what began to happen under Mother St. John. And as the community grew, other little communities there in Saint-Étienne came and joined with these Sisters of St. Joseph. The place that they had was not big enough. Mother St. John went to Lyon and found an old Carthusian monastery that she arranged to purchase and began to build there, and opened up a new mother house that came to look like this, the Mother House of the Sisters of St. Joseph in Lyon, which was her congregation. And it was a congregation that was bringing in more and more of those small independent communities. So the idea was, if they came together, they could do a common formation so that there would be a uniform quality to what was going on. They weren't necessarily tied to the place where they entered the community, but could trade off. Where there was a surfeit of sisters, some could go and help a place that didn't have enough. Where they had a need for a certain kind of teacher, if that teacher existed somewhere else, she could go from one place to another and was still part of the same congregation. So they begin to grow. Other communities are coming in. They have a large mother house. And Mother St. John is really encouraged by the church. Cardinal Fesch is there for a while. And then when Napoleon falls out of favor, Fesch realizes that he'd be better off in Rome. And eventually another bishop is named Le Pen, and he's the one that's around by 1836. But as Mother St. John is trying to bring in these smaller communities, some want to do it, some are suspicious, some refuse. And there's an anecdote about her going to visit. She was going to visit one of her communities, and along the way needed to spend the night somewhere. And so asked for hospitality with another group of Sisters of St. Joseph. And she didn't identify herself apparently very well. But as they're talking, the sisters with whom she's spending the evening find out that she's from Lyon. And so at breakfast, they begin to barrage her with questions about, well, how is it going? How is it going with Lyon? What's happening? What happens to those communities that come under Lyon? Are they lost? Do they lose everything that they have? What's, asking, and what's that superior like? And Mother St. John's kind of reserved about talking about the superior, but it paints a decent picture of how it's going for the sisters. And just as she's leaving, somebody says, I think that's her. And she admits, and the group came into her congregation. But she must have had a sense of humor. Oh, sense of humor. Another story that I loved was here in that big mother house in Lyon. She was visiting with a group of the postulants and took them down to the kitchen to get something to eat. Cook is not in the kitchen at the moment. So perhaps she's sneaking the food to them, I don't know. But as they leave, she is the last of the group, she ushers them out and is the last to leave and did not shut the door. Cook walks in and is furious. Whoever did not shut that door, come in here and be on your knees. And there's Mother St. John on her knees before the cook, saying, 'twas I. But this is, we don't know that much about her, but some of these anecdotes do give us a bit of a sense of what kind of a soul she was. So the community is growing and growing. And it's under her leadership. And it's also a family affair. Remember, Jean Fontbonne and her sister entered the congregation of their aunts, and she's also got two nieces in the congregation who joined in Lyon from Bassin-Bassé. So they're traveling a good bit. And that's going to be a cultural move as well as a geographical move, because they're coming from that little tiny country town into the second largest city in France. And they're not confined, you know, they're not acting like cloistered sisters. In fact, the story goes that Mother St. John would go every day down to the what's now a basilica, but the chapel at Fouvier, where she loved to pray in the mornings. It's a chapel dedicated to an image, an appellation of Our Lady of Mary, called Fouvier. But so their world is changing in many, many ways. But these women are coming together from different parts of France. They're coming together as different classes. Mother St. John is carrying on I mean, think about this. Remember, I said when she was made superior of Monistrol, 7 years after she entered the congregation, she would have expected to be the superior general for the rest of her life of about 12 sisters. And by 1836, there were over 450 names in the Lyon profession book that had started since she had begun in 1804 at Saint-Étienne. So this was just mushrooming, which is one of those things that often happens after a major crisis, like the plague, like the French Revolution. And will it be something that happens after COVID? Who knows? But Mother St. John has, now not all of those 450 sisters are even in the Archdiocese of Lyon, because some of them have gone to other places. For instance, Chambéry, and they have become independent congregations there. But on the order of the congregation, which brings together a number of houses. And there is also with this the possibility of being in a number of dioceses. It depends largely on the bishop, who is by the constitutions the major superior. So here we are. The house is inaugurated in 1823. And by 1836, here, if you look at the bottom, I don't know how well you can see it. This is a photo of one of the pages of the profession book from Lyon. And you can see here Celestine. That's Sister Celestine Pomerel, one of the first 8 who came to Carondelet. Celestine came in 1837, but became, as we will see later on, pretty much the first superior general in the St. Louis area. And I'm trying to see, usually you see Mother St. John's signature, little tiny down there. There it is, where my arrow is. Saint Jean. There's Mother St. John's. And then this would be the priest who witnessed. In others where it's Father Cholet, the signature is great big. So where are we? We began with this pretty obscure missionary. You know, people have made portraits of him, but the truth is we have no clue what he looked like. That's why I choose this as my image of Father Midai. He was a Jesuit missionary. He wore a cassock and he probably wore a hat like that. And he had arms and legs and a face, and certainly a mind and a heart. But what he looked like, we don't know. But he was a missionary. He was, as I said, what you'd call a hometown missionary or a domestic missionary. France had a tradition of missionaries. You know, y'all in New York know well the Jesuit, the martyrs.
Yes.
They were all French. Now those guys were contemporaries of Midai, were contemporaries of Regis. This was the imagination that would have been there for Midai. We also had, more to Mother St. John's time, in 1818, Rose Philippine de Chêne, one of the first religious of the Sacred Heart, who entered under Mother Madeleine Sophie Barrett, came as a missionary to the United States, to St. Charles, Missouri, which is just the other side of the Missouri River from what is now St. Louis. So her idea, her dream is to be a missionary to the Native Americans. She did not get to do that for a very long time. She began with the typical ministry of the Religious of the Sacred Heart, schools for girls. So in 1841, that long, she came in 1818. So that long after she came, she finally went to the Potawatomi reservation, but was not able to learn the language. But the people revered her. Apparently, as an elderly religious, they noted that she spent most of her time praying, and they knew her as the woman who prays. Now, she was in the St. Louis area when our sisters would have first come. Our sisters, as we'll see later, studied studied English with the Religious of the Sacred Heart. So our sisters would have known St. Rose Philippine de Chêne. There was also, I don't know if I've got his picture here, no. The Jesuit missionary de Smet, who wrote for the Annals of the Propagation of the Faith. And now this is another one of those things when we say, what are the signs of the times? What's affecting people's imagination? What's calling to people's generosity and religious sense? A person that we don't talk about much is a young woman named Pauline Jericho. She was as a young woman in the, after the French Revolution time, around the time probably that Mother St. John is getting things pretty well organized. Pauline has a brother who's a seminarian. And this brother sends her stories about missionaries and all that the missionaries, particularly in the Americas, and because they're in France, this would have been Canadian and northeastern United States, all that the mission, well, and further than that by then, all that the missionaries are going through. Pauline gets on fire for supporting the missions. Now, she belongs to a card group. Once a week, she meets with a little group of people and they play cards. And she knows that she's part of more than one group, and so are all of her friends. And so she figures if everybody in her card group gives a penny each time they meet to play for cards, and then each of them in every other card group that they're in gets everybody to give a penny, and everybody else in that card group gives a penny, they're going to start collecting some real money for the missions. But, it's, in a way, it's the first missionary Ponzi scheme. She's finding the way to get money and to support missionaries, foreign missionaries. Now, in the beginning, her pastor and a few other people say that this is a terrible thing. Who can trust her? This is not a good idea. Who's going to give money to the missions? It's until they see what a success it is. And then they say, what a good idea. We will call this the Society for the Propagation of the Faith. And she begins, it really is taken over and organized. And the Society for the Propagation of the Faith not only collects money, they start to publish the annals. And these are the stories that are coming in from missionaries from throughout the world. So de Smet, Père de Smet, who was a famous missionary around St. Louis and all the way to the Pacific, is one of the major writers for the Annals of the Propagation of the Faith, which I figure it's kind of the Maryknoll magazine of those days. You know, it gives everybody these wonderful ideas and opens their pockets. One of the people who gets really on fire with this Annals of the Propagation of the Faith, with this idea of supporting missionaries, is the Countess Roche-Jacquelin. Now she's about 30 years younger than Mother St. John Fontbonne, but comes to know Mother St. John Fontbonne. The Countess she was twice widowed. She came from a well-to-do family and then was twice widowed from very wealthy husbands. So she had a lot of social influence as well as a good amount of money and lands. And it seems as though she got to know Mother St. John in Lyon, and quite likely in one of these kinds of groups that Mother St. John would have brought together, in that sense of associates or sodalities or groups of people that would be brought together, combining people from different classes, teaching women, you know, sitting around doing their sewing, embroidery, helping poorer women develop a skill that they could sell things, bringing people of different classes together to understand one another, having spiritual instruction as it's going on, formation. So the Countess has become very enamored of what Mother St. John is doing. She's also on fire with this idea of the missions. Now, back in the day, in the time of Saint Etienne, and when the Cardinal sent for Mother St. John, it was a Father Choleton who had begun to form that group of the Black Sisters. Now his nephew is a priest of the Archdiocese of Lyon, and he happens to be the local agent for Bishop Rosati, who has been made the Bishop of St. Louis, a diocese that was cut out of the Archdiocese, or the diocese of, it wasn't an archdiocese, out of the Diocese of New Orleans or Louisiana, which came into the U.S. Catholic Church with the Louisiana Purchase. So Rosati is an Italian Vincentian, and he needs money. So he's in touch with the Society for the Propagation of the Faith. And Choleton is his contact, because Rosati, once he got to the United States as a missionary, and even after he was named bishop, did not return to Europe for a very long time. So the Countess knows this nephew, Choleton. She's reading the annals. She knows Mother St. John. And as I said, there were 450 names in that profession book in 1836. I counted them. The Countess wants to send missionaries to the United States, missionaries who will serve the Native American, the Indians, who will convert the Indians, because that's what the annals have set her on fire to do. So she talks to Choleton. So she writes to the Archbishop, or to the Bishop of St. Louis, Rosati. Rosati is not looking for sisters. Rosati has already the Religious of the Sacred Heart, one of whom was the Countess's cousin. So they're in St. Charles, they're in his diocese. He's got the Sisters of Loretto, founded in Kentucky, who are frontier sisters. I think they were founded around 1818. but they're in the Diocese of St. Louis, as well as other places. He's got the Sisters of Charity. And I'm not sure if by that time he had the Sisters of the Visitation, but he's not looking for sisters. He's desperate for priests. He doesn't have priests for the city, much less this immense territory that he had. At the time, the Diocese of St. Louis was north of New Orleans, and they were not sure where the northern border was. Wherever it was, the next diocese was Montreal. And so it's gone all the way up the valley. It did not include Kentucky, but it did include uncharted territories all the way out to the foot of the Rocky Mountains. And beyond that, they didn't even know. So here's Rosati with all of this. And the Countess writes and says, I want to send you the Sisters of St. Joseph. They are good for, they do anything. And she's insistent. For some reason, she also underwrites sending 2 sisters back to Saint-Étienne, where they study education of the deaf. There is no letter that we have found from Bishop Rosati truly asking for the sisters, certainly not saying anything about deaf education. It's very hard to understand how all of that really happened, except that the Countess wanted to send missionaries. The Countess, who would have been much like what we call an associate today, I think. The Countess who had a heart on fire for the missions. There is no indication that Mother St. John Fontbonne was thinking about anything beyond France. France had all the needs that she needed to be able to be met with the sisters that she had. So in 1836, the Countess is a little older than she looks here. She's 47. But because of Pauline Jericho and the Countess, a whole new set of relationships begins to influence one another. Here we've got the world and these different connections. Mother St. John Fontbonne, who had to move from the little town of Bassin-Bassé all the way to Monistrol to enter the congregation, and ends up the Superior General in Lyon with a large congregation. She's a friend of the Curé of Ars. He's her contemporary, a little older than she, but she knew him. She would visit him. She would talk to him. So, I mean, you know, think about it. This is the richness of her time. We've got this Vincentian who gets named Bishop of St. Louis, Rosati. Then, of course, the Countess, that influence of Napoleon and his uncle. And what happens here? Bishop Rosati and that connection, the Society for the Propagation of the Faith, Father Charles Choleton, communications from the Countess. And all of a sudden, what's happened, sort of like what happened in 1650, when the women with the inquietude for religious life meet Father Midai, who can talk to Bishop de Maupas, can get something started and institutionalized to allow for a congregation, the first successfully apostolic congregation of women religious that we know of. There had been attempts before, like we said, the Visitandines wanted to be apostolic. The Daughters of Charity were not accepted as religious. There was also the Ursulines were begun, but clamped down on before our time. And Mary Ward, who founded the Sisters of Loretto, not the ones from the United States in Kentucky, but in England and Europe. They wanted to follow the Jesuit rule, and they were shut down for a long time. We were, to the best of my knowledge, we were the first to be approved as a group of apostolic women religious. And Midai set us off on the right track with that mission to do anything of which a woman is capable to serve the dear neighbor, because many other congregations were founded for a particular work, to be catechists, to be teachers of girls, to be in social service, to be nurses. And our mission was broad. So in Mother St. John Fontbonne's time, in 1836, you get the convergence of the right people at the right time, a flowering new way of being Sisters of St. Joseph. Remember, she took those independent communities and drew them together into a larger congregation. The same sort of thing was happening at the same time, just a little bit afterwards, in Le Puy, in that whole area, where another superior general like Mother St. John was able to recover what had been their mother house in Le Puy. It had been used as a garrison for soldiers. The pews from the chapel had been burned by very poor, starving soldiers for heat. The chapel had become a stable. You know, there was a lot to do to recover that in Le Puy, but she had done it. And they too were drawing together small independent communities into a larger one that could function as a congregation. So we've got Mother St. John in her world, and the converging factor, the number of vocations, the Countess, Father Charles Choleton, Mission Fever. Oh, here's our friend Duberg. The story of missions in the Americas. He'd write his stories. Now let me see if he writes stories of individuals. So we ask again, Mother St. John, what was she thinking? Did she get a plan? Or was it simply discernment? What moved her to accept the idea of a mission so far away? Was it just sort of the sense of so much seems to be tending toward it? The Countess is underwriting it. The sisters, there were sisters who wanted to go. Did she talk to the Curé of Ars about it? Is he part of why we got here? We don't know. But remember the maxims. In the manifestation of zeal, characteristic of your very humble vocation, imitate the fervor of the most zealous. Embrace, at least in desire, the salvation and perfection of the whole world, with a spirit of true humility and a generous courage, which brings you to wish to do everything, to suffer everything, and to undertake everything for the advancement of the glory of God and the salvation of the dear neighbor. And so, the Countess and Mother St. John, Mother St. John calls a council meeting and asks the council, and they say it to move forward with it. So she asks for volunteers. And when she asks for volunteers among the sisters of the congregation, she decides that she will absent herself from the council meeting that decides who to choose. so that she does not prejudice anything. And of course, 2 of her nieces are among the sisters who decide to come or decide to offer themselves. The picture up there is the 2 Fabronis, Fabroni Fontbonne and her friend Fabroni, whose name just flew out of my head. But these are our first sisters. The first 8 who came to the United States. And they arrive. This is the manifest from the boat. It was an American ship, apparently, that they took out of Le Havre in northern France, because all of the information is in English. The names, the age, the sex, the occupations. So we see down here, you've got gentleman, lady, I believe that says nurse, gentleman, physician, gentleman. I can't read that one. And then we got none, and male Fontbonne, male gentleman. These are the names of the first 6 sisters who came to the United States on that boat. I believe they were 49 days on board ship. And if you want some real fun, check the letters that were written about 20 years later by the Lepuy sisters, who came as missionaries to the US, about their time on the boat and their adventures as young French sisters coming to the United States. Here's where they arrived, the port of St. Louis. Now, their boat, instead of going to New York like so many did, went to New Orleans. And so they could come straight up the Mississippi, which was, I'm sure, a much easier trip than trying to cross by land. So they arrive to St. Louis, and suddenly they're in a new country. You know, picture these women traveling up the Mississippi. Now, when they got to New Orleans and got off the ship, they stay with Sisters of Charity, I think it was, or was it? Anyway, the sisters with whom they stay, and it's not in my head right now, tell them, even in the Catholic city of New Orleans, a French city, they cannot go outside in their habits because they would be mocked or worse. So immediately they get here and find out that they're not in a territory that understands and respects Catholicism. They're coming into a Protestant country. And in New Orleans, surely, and on the boat on the way up, they're seeing plantations. These women from places like Bassin-Bassé, Saint-Étienne, even the big city of Lyon, would have rarely seen anyone of African descent, if ever, before they came to the United States. And now they're here to see slaves and slave markets as they come up the Mississippi. All of this is what they see as they move along. There are good stories about their trip too. A lot of what we know about their leaving France, their trip and their early days here, came from Sister St. Protais. Now, in her picture back here, she is the oldest, this one here, but that picture was taken, she lived until the 1890s and into her 90s. She was a 20-some-year-old postulant when she boarded the ship and came to the United States. But in the 1890s, Sister Monica Corrigan of the Trek to Arizona fame was asked to start to write our history. So she got the older sisters that she could, by that time, St. Protais was the only survivor of the original French sisters and got them to write their memoirs. And so we have St. Protais's memoir, along with another great one is Sister Frances Joseph Ivory, who was one of the founders, I believe was one of the founders in Albany, but writes the stories of a lot of these things. But St. Protais tells us everything about leaving Lyon and arriving in the United States and the early days. And she's a good chronicler. Her English never got very good. And so, but she wrote it in English for us. And so we see it, we also get a sense of her struggle. So here are these sisters. They left that house in Lyon, and here is what they expect to be finding. This is a picture that de Smet had published in the Annals of the Propagation of the Faith. Here's what they got: a log cabin that had been previously occupied. It was built, I believe, to be a summer place or a place of rest for the Sisters of Charity. Then it became, they took in some orphans, and then they had a little school there. But a wealthy Irish family in St. Louis built the Sisters of Charity much better digs. And after they left, the Sisters of St. Joseph inherited their old cabin. So there they are in St. Louis, beginning. It's a pretty big city. This is taken from the Illinois side of the river. You could almost imagine the Cahokia sisters looking over and seeing St. Louis like this. And so they're left to ask, who are we now? Who are we now? These are, remember, a couple of these, I don't remember where all of these sisters came from, but the two Fontbonnes came from Bas-en-Bassé, that little town in France, to Lyon, to St. Louis. And there they are. They came to this country with slavery, with huge anti-Catholic feelings among some of the religious leaders of other denominations. It was a country that was growing, it was prejudiced, it was hopeful, it was violent, it was on the move. New ideas were growing. The frontier looked endless. 1836 was the year of the Battle of the Alamo, when the United States took over a huge hunk of Mexico, or the beginnings of when the US did that. In 1837, the first college that admitted women was founded, Oberlin College. They're here, and they're saying, we don't any longer speak, eat, or act French. School looks nothing like what we ever knew or probably would ever want. The kids who came to their little school had to bring their own logs to sit on. And we sleep with orphans. And as people began to enter the community, they weren't French. Who are we now? And I think I'm going to stop this for now and give us a second to breathe, and then have a little large group conversation, any kind of questions. Does that sound all right, Pat?
Yep, sounds good to me.
I'm stopping the share. There we
Thank
go.
you. So if anybody has any questions, you're certainly welcome to
Or comments.
put it in the chat, or comment, yes, or raise your hand and we'll call on you one by one. If you're raising your hand, you need to raise it long enough until I see it. Okay, I'm on the first screen. I don't see anybody with a raised hand. And I'm on the second screen. And I
Doesn't
don't-
have to be I think about the confusion of their time, what they went through.
Yeah.
And the resources that they called on, you know, and I don't know if you see any similarities to our own day.
Mm. Anything in chat? Oh,
Marilyn,
Okay, it looks like there's some chat questions in.
you
in
need
the
to
chat.
unmute yourself, Marilyn. Okay, let me take a look. Marilyn, unmute yourself if you want to ask a question.
I think somebody else had gone ahead of me. Maria from Utica.
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, I definitely see a lot of similarities. I think that again, once we are in a period of time where we are having a complete changeover, like a paradigm shift, we are in the middle of a paradigm shift. And it's extraordinary as I'm listening to this whole thing to see such parallels. But one of the things that really strikes me is the vision and also the desire of these women to do something more than just stay in their little world, and how faith-based they must have been to do what they did.
Mhm. Yeah,
I'm looking at that slide that says, who are we now? And I think that's something that rings true in terms of all of the transition that society and the community is going through. I did put in the chat earlier. First of all, I'm just totally amazed with the whole historical perspective, and I'm very, very grateful to you and all of my associates and sister friends out there. But the original group, it almost seemed like there was a caste system in place between the sisters, the agrégés, and the associates. And I'm wondering if way back when, if there's any knowledge about the interrelationship and how that was maintained in terms of overall community. Everybody was driven by the same spirit and the mission. And yet, do you have knowledge of how people sort of interacted and what was the thought between the entire community, or if people were just considered separate groups all doing the same mission and doing and carrying out in the spirit, their intent. And then later on, as the sisters went underground and with the evolution, do you know anything more about the history of associates and agrégés as society and the communities evolve?
I'm not sure. There was a caste system. Definitely, well, a class system, they would have said. But we didn't seem to respect that in community. Anybody could become the superior. And as we saw that first group, they ranged in age from what's probably verging on elderly at that time, 46 to 15. As I understand it, and the place where we've got the most information about this is in the Vacher book, Nuns Without Cloister, about agrégés, is they were like sisters, but without the same commitment to live the three vows in community under a superior, but were doing, maybe it sounded like for the most part they did live in community, and they were more attached to a particular parish, whereas the sisters, it seemed, operated somehow in a diocese, weren't necessarily parish-based. But it was a different commitment. Then when you went beyond that to, I think what we today call associates was probably very much like the groups that became stable groups connected with the community. Midai called them confraternities. As I said, 40, 50 years ago, we called them sodalities. But they were, as they became more committed and more permanent, they were sharing the spirituality, and that spirituality was informing their way of living. But it was not the same way of living as the vowed members who lived in community. But there was a sharing of that spirit and spirituality, and carrying out the mission through whatever kind of ministry might have been. It might have been the ministry might have been being a parent and a spouse. Obviously the ministry of somebody like the Countess was opening community. She sponsored communities to go into the areas that she had, where she had houses and lands, and she sold her jewelry to send the sisters to the United States. So she had a big influence on Mother St. John, obviously, but was not an agrégé. My guess is her relationship would have been more like that of an associate, somebody who participated in groups that shared the spirituality and carried out the mission in whatever their ministries were.
But I guess the question was there a lot of interrelationship between the various classes, so that sisters, agrégés, and all were, interacting with each other? Or was it more separate sodalities, or whatever you want to call them?
I don't think we've really got the evidence. My imagination says that the agrégés would have probably had connection with a few sisters, but they were very local in their place, and lived their own particular kind of lifestyle. Those that were in the sodalities probably had a lot of contact with sisters. Just, you picture any groups that today come to the Mother House, meet, share the spirituality, no more sisters than just those in their group, and are there to help with things, are there to help with, carrying out a big public activity, or are part of things. I don't know that it's I don't know that it's really class, because I think those groups always, I think, tried to mix classes, and kind of equalize the social distance. But recognizing different ways of living the charism.
Anyone else with a question? Eileen?
I just want to segue off of what Mary just said. At the last convocation in St. Louis, I picked up this book. I'm going to show you the cover. It's a great historical perspective of what I have come to feel like was the beginning of the associate movement. In here, I don't remember anything about class systems. I don't remember them feeling that way or thinking that way, but I could be wrong. I will read it again, but it's a fabulous historical perspective of how this friendship became and what happened as a result of it, and how the Countess was really responsible for the first 6 sisters coming over to the States. So I just wanted to point that out. What?
I always say the first 8, because there were 2 who went to study.
I was surprised you said that. Yeah.
because the two who were prepared to teach the deaf ended up becoming the major superiors. And then it sounds as though they were cousins, Mother St. John Fournier and Mother Celestine Pomerol.
Oh, I
They were
never
in
think of
1836
them.
to
Thank
study.
you for that. But anyway,
They came in
Okay.
1837.
I'm gonna
Marilyn?
write that down.
I think to go back to Marie's question, is it kind of like what we're calling partnerships in some of the provinces? That they didn't really intimately interact with each other, but their combination was really centered in the charism, and that they shared that was like their jumping off point. I think what she's saying is, did they interrelate? And I didn't read any of that in the book. I read that they existed, but they had it was more like they weren't as intimately connected with, quote, by the congregation.
Well,
The associates are. But
I was going to
I'm
say
not
my
sure
thought about
Go ahead, Mary.
this is really it's murky.
Yeah.
People weren't writing the stories clear, they weren't, in a sense, we didn't institutionalize
Yeah.
association
Thank you.
until about 1970. So there's not, it had all kinds of expressions, I would suspect. What I understand for partnerships are the people who share a ministry with us, a college, a hospital, whatever it would be. And we're in partnership with them. But I think of association as something probably deeper, in the sense of these are people whose major attraction is to share the charism and the spirituality.
Okay.
And then that influences whatever their ministry might be. That most of the time is not anything that Sisters of St. Joseph are sponsoring or maybe even a part of. But what they share is that the charism and the spirituality and the mutual support in that between diverse lifestyles.
Yeah. I think that what I understand from my ministry is that the evolving of associations of the faithful in the church structure, okay, which is now in canon law, seems to be similar to that. All right. Whereas I see the associates as more intimately connected with the religious order, and the associations of the faithful, which the church has evolved to in the not only the code of canon law, but throughout the church right now, is simply joined together by ministry and usually shares some kind of charism with one of the major communities, like Franciscan base, Capuchin, all that.
Yeah,
And that's why.
I don't know that.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing that's causing. We'd probably like to have more clarity of how the aggregates fall into the discussion.
Well, in Midai's rule, a couple of the things that I don't think we paid a lot of attention to. One, he said we were to form confraternities, which would be associate, and primarily he said of women who would that would share our spirituality, with whom we would pray, who would receive formation from the Sisters of St. Joseph. And the other thing was that Sisters of St. Joseph were to be spiritual directors to people, available to, which is essentially turning the sharing of the heart and state of the house into an external ministry. How do you read what the Spirit is doing? Because I think that's what spiritual direction is about, helping another read the Spirit's action in their life. So it all flows from, community for the world. We're called together for the life of the world, for creating community in the world. however that, however it's possible for us, anything of which a woman is capable, you know.
Thank you. That helps a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, there's one comment out on chat from Anne Marie who wanted to make a comment, and
Okay,
this will be
yeah.
the last one we'll take.
Okay,
Anne Marie, are you still here somewhere?
see, is it in chat?
You need to unmute yourself if you are. I don't see you. I don't know where you went.
Yeah, I saw her hand earlier.
Yeah.
You might- Oh, good.
Do we hear her?
Okay. I don't see her.
She may have
I
left
see.
to go get Katie.
Oh, yes, that's probably true. Okay, everyone, it's 12:33, so let us take our lunch break, and we're due back at about 1:30, so please try to be prompt. In the meantime, please make sure you're muted so that all of your sound doesn't travel across everyone else during our lunchtime, but you can leave your connection to Zoom up at this time. So have a wonderful hour, and we'll see you at 1:30.
Very good. See you then.
Take care, everyone.
Bye. Right now.
Sister Mary, you need to unmute yourself, please. You're still muted. There, you're not muted anymore, so, I mean, yes.
All set to go.
Good.
This may be the least of my problems. I apparently lost my glasses over the lunch hour. So here we are, part 3 of our first 200 years of change. Now we're going to be looking at 8 French missionaries dealing with immigrants who create the congregation and more in the US, beginning with the Diocese of St. Louis. So here's that little Diocese of St. Louis where the stars are. It's got Western Illinois. This is in 1836. It's got everything up to the Canadian border. We're not sure what they knew about the difference between Wisconsin and Minnesota, the North and South Dakota, the Wyoming, Montana territory, who knows what's there? You know, this is kind of the way things were growing in the United States at that point. So that's the diocese of Bishop Rosati. And here are our sisters, Delphine Fontbonne, Fabroni Chapillon, and Fabroni Fontbonne. You can kind of see how these two look alike as sisters. And you wonder what that one's thinking. One of our sisters we had no picture of. And so I've used this as the symbol of where are we now? Who is this sister? She's everybody. That's Sister Saint Protes, who I talked about as the chronicler. Sister Philomene Boutet. Sister Saint John Fournier. And Sister Celestine Pomerel. Now, those are the two who were sent to Saint-Étienne in 1836 to study deaf education. So I think we can count them as missionaries from 1836. They were just doing their preparation. there's some evidence that they were cousins. Sister St. John Fournier had entered another community, a cloistered community, contemplative. And the story is somehow she heard that the Countess was going to be sending missionaries to the New World or to the America, and she transferred communities. So she had final vows in this other community and came to the United States as a novice. And as we commented before, they left this for this. The first woman to enter the congregation in the United States was Eliza Dillon. She was the daughter of an Irish immigrant father and a mother from a well-known Virginia family. This is not Eliza, but this is her stepmother and two of her stepsisters. That's the closest we can get to any kind of picture of her. Eliza was a student of the Religious of the Sacred Heart, and it was our sisters the sisters who were slated for opening Crondelet had to be able to speak English. The sisters who went across to the two Fabronis and St. Protes, who went across the river to Cahokia, were going to be working with a French-speaking village. So they didn't need new language. But the Crondelet sisters needed to learn English, and they studied with the Religious of the Sacred Heart. And it was there that Eliza Dillon met the Sisters of St. Joseph, and somehow decided to join them with all of their poverty and lack of being very well established. So she entered the community in 1837. She was received in 1838, and she died just 4 years after that at the age of 22. The story says that she was returning from Cahokia. Now, to go to Cahokia, which is just across the river, I'm pointing because my window looks out to the river, just across the river and a little bit north of where Crondelet is, there were no bridges over the Mississippi at St. Louis at this time. So everybody had to cross between Missouri and Illinois in boats. And there were woods along the Illinois side of the river, a place where at one point Sister Fabroni Fontbonne got lost, and there was a search party out to find her and all. But the Cahokia area suffered from a lot of flooding of the river. It's just on a low plain that the river would overflow to. Crondelet is up high on a bluff, so it would be very unusual for Crondelet to get flooded, even though we're 2 blocks from the river itself. Anyway, she was apparently visited Cahokia one day, and in crossing through that marshy area caught a cold, which probably turned to what they called consumption, and she died at a very young age. And they say that her father was nearly inconsolable at that. So our first new members, whose pictures I have all together right here, Eliza Dillon, who died in 1842, Elizabeth Marsteller. She lived a while and had a lot of adventures. She, among other places, she worked in the school for the deaf at Buffalo. Maria Kincaid, Sister Marie Antoinette, received in 42, the year that Eliza died, and she died 6 years later. So you've got a lot of young death. And that's also one of those things that I say, how did that feel to these young French missionaries? You say, what's God telling us when the very first woman to enter the congregation dies at the age of 22? So by 1847, that is 11 years after we arrived, these are the names of the sisters who had been received into the community. And it's a pretty decent mix of German and Irish for the most part. What had happened? Okay, here, 32 new members for a total of 38. Remember, 6 sisters came originally, followed a year later by 2, Celestine and St. John Fournier. But in about 1842 or 4, the Fabronis returned to France because Fabroni Fontbonne was very ill, and it seemed as though the Cahokia situation was more than her health could handle. So the 2 of them returned to France and actually lived quite a long time in the Lyon congregation. So by 1847, we had the death of the first American sister, the death of Bishop Rosati. Now this is a big deal for us. Rosati would have been the one that they knew. And Rosati had, for the first time, gone back to Europe. And he was an Italian. In Rome, the Pope asked him to do some kind of diplomatic work with a situation in Haiti. So he came back to America, but only to Haiti, did whatever it was, and returned to Rome and became ill and died in Rome. But while he was in Rome, he met this young Peter Richard Kenrick. Kenrick was an Irish priest who had been in the United States for a number of years. His older brother was the Bishop of Philadelphia. And Peter Richard was known as a theologian and had made a good name for himself and decided that he wanted to join the Jesuits. So he went back to Rome to join the Jesuits, and the Jesuits turned him down. So at this point, Rosati sees him and tells the Pope, I want this man as my coadjutor. And so Kenrick is named as his coadjutor and is headed back to the United States to be ordained bishop, and Rosati dies. So Kenrick is ordained, I can't remember where, maybe Philadelphia, maybe Kentucky, and comes to St. Louis as the new bishop, announcing that the previous bishop has died in Rome. And Peter Richard Kenrick became a good friend to us. So 1843, Peter Richard takes over a diocese in great debt because Bishop Rosati was building churches because people needed churches. And he was getting money from the propagation of the faith in Lyon, but not enough to take care of it all. So in 1845-46, we took our first missions outside that little territory of either Cahokia or Carondelet. And that was actually in the city of St. Louis, where we opened a school that was sponsored by a French priest named Parish. Father Parish wanted a school for the children of freed slaves. So according to what we know of St. Louis history, this was the first school in the area, the St. Louis area, or perhaps all of Missouri and what they call the West, the first school for children of African-American descent or children of freed slaves. That was opened under the direction of Mother St. John Fournier. And it only lasted about a year because the people of the town, the city, were not particularly happy that the sisters were educating African Americans. So there were riots, and eventually, after one pretty awful night, the mayor told the bishop that he'd better close it. And it was right at that time that the Sisters of Charity, who were here in St. Louis, they had a hospital, they had at least one orphanage, they had the cottage or the cabin at Crondelet. They were joining the Daughters of Charity from France. And part of the changeover there, and it happened around the country when Sisters of Charity joined the Daughters, the rule of the Daughters did not allow them to work with boys. And so the Daughters of Charity, or the Sisters of Charity, had a boys' orphanage in St. Louis. When they became united with the Daughters, they could not keep it. So our sisters who had to close the school took over the orphanage. It was that kind of thing that made Sisters of St. Joseph a very popular group in various dioceses in the United States. We could do any work of which a woman was capable. We weren't restricted by the rule in any way like that. There are a lot of other stories of how a bishop separated a group of Sisters of Charity from Mother Seton's group precisely because he in New York wanted them to continue with his orphanage. So in 1848, the second of our young sisters dies. May of 1847, 4 sisters from Crondelet, led by Mother St. John Fournier, found a mission in Philadelphia. Now, in this time of the 1840s, when everything is go west, young man, go west, and we're a frontier group, why did we go to Philadelphia? Well, earlier I said that there was a bishop in Philadelphia named Kenrick, who was the older brother of Peter Richard Kenrick of St. Louis. And Philadelphia had had some pretty serious problems. There had been riots, anti-Catholic riots. The Catholic section of the city had been burned down. Churches were burned in danger, and there weren't a lot of sisters there to help. The sisters of the BVMs, the Sisters of Charity of the Blessed Virgin Mary, started in Philadelphia. But with all of this, a fast-talking priest from Iowa invited them to Iowa, and they ended up in Dubuque. Anyway, so Francis Patrick Kenrick wanted Sisters of St. Joseph. By this time, the first superior at Crondelet was Sister Delphine Fontbonne, and she was very young for that role. Her sister, Febroni, was the superior across the river at Cahokia. And just because those two were named superiors, Febroni had been the superior of the group coming over from France. But the naming of Delphine, who was about 22, as the superior at Crondelet seems to have had more to do with her name than her ability. And it didn't work well. And she did not get along with the pastor of the parish nearby. So soon after Celestine and St. John Fournier arrived, the bishop named Celestine as the superior here at the house. Now, there is no indication of how these sisters thought they were governing themselves. We had 2 houses to begin with and 2 superiors. And then they began to teach in a school in St. Louis. They had the school for African-American children and then the orphanage. Women were entering the congregation. And it seemed as though Sister Celestine, who was the superior at Crondelet, was the one kind of deciding things. For one thing, Cahokia was not populated by our sisters consecutively. Things would get so bad with flooding that they'd come back across the river, then maybe they'd go back for a while. It was back and forth until they finally had to close the mission completely, just because it was a disease-ridden place because of the river. 2 of their pastors died while we were still trying to serve over there. And they died of disease from the overflow of the river. So they're growing. And I guess Sister Celestine. Mother Celestine is deciding who goes where. So they go to Philadelphia, and that's a long way away. That's not quite as easy to say, keep in communication about. So Mother St. John Fournier is the one who heads to Philadelphia as the superior with 2 or 3 other sisters, and they take over an orphanage. Mother Celestine is here at Carondelet. The 2 of them probably began teaching the deaf, also certainly taught the sisters entering the congregation what they knew about deaf education. So to Philadelphia. They go in Philadelphia to St. John's Parish, which was an orphanage that was started by Father John Hughes, who later became Archbishop of New York City. And he did one of those organizing deals where he got people, particularly the Irish, to donate, to pledge. Now, you know what these pledge drives are like, to pledge $1.50 a year to take care of, to support this orphanage. And that was what our sisters took over when they went there, and soon began to grow. Let's see. Mother Celestine, Mother St. John Fournier also is one of our good chroniclers. She wrote a letter back to Lyon after 1860. There was a fairly long letter to tell the sisters in Lyon what the sisters in the United States, what their sisters in the United States had done. And so that's one of our best sources of history. And she says in that letter that within weeks of their arrival, the bishop sent them some postulates to enter the community. And she said, we didn't have enough to eat. What were we going to give them? And then people started rumors that the sisters were eating the food of the orphans and using the money for the orphans for themselves. And, you know, she's getting all of this hassle from even priests around Philadelphia. And Kenrick's wonderful answer was, don't pay any attention to them. Now, this would be a fine thing to say if she didn't know that there had been anti-Catholic riots just a few years before. But anyway, they survived and began to receive a new novitiate started in Philadelphia. But they were still sharing very much equally back and forth. So Mother St. John Fournier, in about 1851, has gotten pretty worn out, and the physician says, go back to St. Louis and take a rest, be with your sisters, all the other French, because I don't think there was a French sister with her in Philadelphia. She comes back to Carondelet and sees her friend, cousin, Celestine, at least as overworked as she herself is. And Celestine has received a request to open a new mission. But meanwhile, Mother Celestine sends Sister Agnes Spencer to be the superior at the orphanage in Philadelphia. The big deal about this, aside from the giant figure that Agnes Spencer is, this was the first non-French superior named in the United States. She was actually born in Great Britain. She and her sister both entered the community at Carondelet. And one of her very first missions was to go to Philadelphia as the superior at the orphanage. She would eventually be a foundress at Wheeling and Buffalo, and then become the foundress of Erie and stay there. So she is a strong, very interesting character, one of those of whom we need a good biography. So in 1850, Mother Celestine sends Delphine Fontbonne and Martha von Bunning to take over the novitiate in Philadelphia. Well, that's a pretty decent situation, except that very quickly visiting Philadelphia is a bishop from Canada. His name is Charbonnel. And Bishop Kenrick was very happy. Bishop Kenrick of Philadelphia was very happy with the Sisters of St. Joseph and is telling his bishop friend about the sisters that he's got there. And he happens to name the novice director, Delphine Fontbonne. And Charbonnel says, Fontbonne? Well, my family's from Monistrol. My father helped Mother St. John Fontbonne when she was superior at Monistrol. Would this be the same family? And they find out that yes, it is. So Charbonnel goes to Delphine Fontbonne and says, wouldn't you like to come to Canada? And she does. She and Sister Martha von Bunning in 1851 open a new mission in Canada. At this same time, this is when Mother St. John Fournier is in St. Louis, resting, supposedly. Another bishop asks for help. This is, let me see, okay, I'll come to that in a bit. I've got to follow. So here we are. By 1851, this is what had been opened. By the way, the bell over here is a bell that was sent by Mother St. John Fontbonne to Carondelet. And you can still read on it that it came from her to the sisters at Carondelet. And the bell hangs now just outside the Carondelet chapel and is rung for special occasions. I happened to ring it when we finally got the news that Biden had been elected. So by 1851, we had the school and orphanage at Carondelet. The Cahokia School, which was run off and on between 1836 and 1855. They received their first deaf child in 1837. Now, that's when those two arrived, but there weren't any deaf children that they knew of in St. Louis. This little girl came from a town about 60 miles away called Potosi, and she had not been very well cared for. She was deaf, she did not speak, and they didn't even know what her real name was, so they called her Potosi. Eventually, seeing that there was the possibility of deaf education, the state of Missouri made a contract. I think the bishop helped this happen. This was Bishop Rosati, made a contract with the sisters for a fair amount of money to teach deaf children here at Carondelet. So this was certainly the first deaf school west of the Mississippi, and one of the first Catholic deaf institution for the deaf in the United States. My guess, and it's just a guess, I was trying to figure out why on earth this thing about deaf education, because when I entered, I heard that our sisters came to teach the deaf. Well, as you investigated, there weren't deaf around. You know, I thought maybe maybe there had been a plague, measles, and all these mothers had given birth to deaf children. No. There was no huge population here in St. Louis. So, but what was going on, where our sisters studied in Saint-Étienne to learn deaf education, was an offshoot of a school in Paris. There was a French priest who had really made advances in deaf education. Primarily, I think he invented a sign language. And so deaf education got its major modern start in Paris. And at that time, there was some kind of a serious disease that caused a lot of deafness on the East Coast of the United States. And there were attempts to try to teach the deaf, and people were sent to study under this French priest. But it was all Protestants. It was Protestant motivated and a Protestant school. And after studying in Paris, one of this French priest's proteges a deaf man who had been thoroughly educated and could teach the deaf, came back to the United States with the group whose school eventually became Gallaudet. And he became Protestant. So, of course, lost the faith. And my guess is that as that school and that movement grew, it was very important for serious Protestants that children be literate, verbal. Because remember, for the Protestants, it's sola scriptura, you're saved by the word alone. For Catholics, we baptize them and they're fine. But it's sola fides, sola scriptura. So if you can't understand the scriptures, and you can't understand the scriptures if you're not verbal, if you don't understand language, then how would you be saved? So I think there was this impetus to teach the deaf among the Protestants that might not have been quite as strong on a faith basis for the Catholics. But once the Protestants were moving in this, Catholic bishops could have said, boy, we're going to lose everybody if we don't start it. So the first deaf education, Catholic deaf education, was here in St. Louis. It's what became St. Joseph's Institute for the Deaf. And our sisters, when they went out to other parts of the country, in a number of places, we had deaf education. I believe in Albany, right? I think so. Certainly in Buffalo, certainly some in Philadelphia, other places. Anyway, so the school for the deaf, the school for the colored, which only lasted about a year and a half. One of the first parochial schools in the Diocese of St. Louis, the Home for Boys, then to Philadelphia in 1847, 2 more schools to Toronto in 1851, and to St. Paul in 1851. And so in 1856, there's this is a little out of order, but it's touching, and we'll do it here. Delphine Fontbonne writes from Canada. It says, 20 years yesterday, the feast of St. Anthony, we embarked at Havre de Grace. Who could tell then that in 20 years we would all be living still and separated from each other by such great distances? Now imagine, they came from France, which was a third the size of then what was the United States. They were living everywhere from St. Paul, St. Louis, Mississippi, Philadelphia, by then New York, and 2 places in Canada. Who would tell then that in 20 years we would all be living still and separated from each other by such great distances? We indeed would not have believed it. How we ought to admire the providence of God, which has protected us until now. Think of me sometimes in your prayers. Give my love to all our dear sisters. She died about 3 weeks after that. There was typhus in Toronto, and she had been nursing the sick. She herself got sick. And as she was recovering, she went back to work nursing the sick. And that was what did her in. So Delphine Fontbonne was the first of the French sisters to die. And she died in 1856. So to St. Paul, the relationships underneath the movement. There was a bishop he grew up in Lyon. Matthew Loris was his name. He was named the first bishop of Dubuque. Dubuque was cut out of the St. Louis diocese, and he needed help. So he went to France and got a young priest, Father Joseph Crétin, to help him. The 2 of them came back and did the same trip as our sisters, across the ocean to New Orleans and up the Mississippi. Well, when they got to the area of St. Louis and stopped for a little bit, the river froze over and they could not continue to travel north. So they spent the winter of 1838-39 at Carondelet. They gave a mission to the people, they gave a retreat to the sisters, and the story goes that the sister cook here at Carondelet and Loris swapped recipes as well. So then Loris and Cretin go on to to Dubuque. And then Cretin is named the first bishop of St. Paul. That diocese gets cut out of Dubuque. Dubuque would have covered that whole swath going east and west. And then they cut St. Paul out of that. What was really a cow town at best. But Bishop Cretin needed help. And after turning to a couple of other communities, he sent word down the river and asked his friends at Carondelet for help. And here's the thing, where some bishops in the future would be saying about the Sisters of St. Joseph in their diocese, no, you are my sisters, you remain in my diocese to serve the needs of our people. That's what you're here for. Bishop Kenrick was free about that. Now, obviously, it didn't hurt that it was his brother who was the first one who asked. But Kenrick said, sure, send sisters to Philadelphia. Sure, Joe Cretin needs help, send sisters up there to St. Paul. He never stopped the sisters from responding to requests from other places. And that's why he's one of my favorites. Anyway, he says, sure, go on up to St. Paul. So here they would have taken off from the St. Louis levee. And Sister Frances Joseph Ivory, who just had great stories, says, we left St. Louis on October 29th. We traveled on with but a few stops as the weather was cold and ice was forming on the river. And after we arrived at St. Paul during the night of November 2nd. When we woke up to look at our new home, it looked very dreary. The hills were covered with snow. The captain sent a messenger to the bishop. About 10 a.m., a French cleric came down for us and took us to a lady who received us very kindly and treated us to a very good dinner. After our rest, the Right Reverend Bishop Cretin came and we were shown our new home. Now that new home, they called the Palace on the River. When the sisters arrived at their new home, it was one log cabin and with a chapel. It had been the bishop's residence and the seminarians lived there. So the seminarians were getting their gear out of the house as the sisters arrived. And Mass was being celebrated on the kitchen table. And I've got this picture because of something that Mother St. John Fournier wrote later about their early days. She said, we were quite far from the church, and there were not as yet any streets or roads in St. Paul. All they had done was cut down trees in a row and leave all their stumps. Every morning that winter before the snow came, when we were going to church, we would make a number of genuflections, meaning they fell over tree stumps, and kiss the ground. Once the snow came, we would sink in 2 or 3 feet, or we would walk over it if it were ice. It was on one of those mornings that a hungry wolf tried to get a piece or all of my body. The next day and all the rest of the winter, the bishop came to say Mass on the table in our old palace. Remember, she went to St. Louis because she was worn out and needed a rest. So what's begun to happen now, in less than 2 years, Mother St. John Fournier returned to St. Paul, and a Sister Seraphine Coughlin was named as the superior Fournier went back to Philadelphia. Bishop Kenrick had been transferred to Baltimore, which was the most important diocese in the country, the archdiocese. And a German immigrant, Neumann, was the new bishop of Philadelphia. We know him as St. John Neumann. And he and Mother St. John got to be good friends. And it was he who asked her to return because they needed her in Philadelphia. So she returned, and these two, I think this is just a lovely picture of two good friends. Celestine on the left, Fournier on the right. They actually were by then functioning as the major superiors in the United States. By then, there are 81 names in the St. Louis reception book. Now, that's a little off kilter because it counted the French sisters who came here from the time of their reception. They're listed in order of their reception. The Sisters of St. Joseph of Lyon, Mother St. John Fontbonne, sent us a total of 8 sisters. With as many sisters as they had, and as many volunteers as they truly had, for whatever reason, only 8 were sent to the United States, to St. Louis, and eventually spreading out as they did. But in 1854, we began to get, it was actually kind of through a mistake. There was a bishop in Kansas who, Miege, who was from Chambéry in France, which was the first community founded out of Mother St. John's new group in Saint-Étienne, Lyon. So this man from Chambéry becomes bishop in Kansas, the Kansas territory. And he wants sisters. And he's got a brother who's a priest in the Diocese of Chambéry who knows this. Chambéry has by then founded another community in Moutier, which is sort of the mountain region. And he appeals to the sisters in Moutier for sister missionaries to Kansas. So all of this is going on, communications. It wasn't exactly Zoom in those days between France and the United States. So the negotiations are going on. Moutier's sisters are preparing to be missionaries. There had already been missionaries sent to India from that part of the congregation, Chambéry-Moutier. But they had volunteers now for America and for Kansas. In the meantime, there's some kind of dispute and problem among Sisters of Charity in Nazareth, Kentucky. And I don't know the whole history, whether it was a problem with bishops or a problem among sisters, but a group of them left Kentucky and somehow came in touch with Bishop Miege or one of his vicars and were invited to Kansas. And they went and founded what are now the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth. So now the bishop who's been waiting for these French sisters has sisters. And when the French sisters arrive, and of course they arrive by coming up the Mississippi, they arrive in St. Louis, there's nobody from Kansas to meet them. They're directed to Sisters of St. Joseph, and Sister Celestine invites them to stay with us, which they do. Now, one of these sisters, when she entered the congregation in Moutier, said to the superior, "I'm from the country." Her name was Phasmas, St. John Phasmas. "I'm from the country," she says. "I know very well how to herd cows." And so when she arrived at Carondelet, Mother Celestine made her director of novices. And St. John Fasmas became, I think, one of our most important leaders and organizers. So anyway, women are entering this community and it's changing its character. These are French, they're French missionaries. Mother St. John Fasmas, I think, came as part of a group of 4 or 6. In the next 20 years, 39 sisters would come to join the congregation in St. Louis from Moutier. We never hear about Moutier. Lyon sent us 8. Moutier sent us 39. And those Moutier sisters who have now rejoined with Chambéry remember that, even if we don't. So, so 81 names, 2 have returned to France and 7 have died by then. And now we're going to get a new request. Up there in the corner is Bishop Whalen of Wheeling. And what are we going to say? They're sitting here saying, what is it that God is asking of us? Who is the cher prochain, the dear neighbor in need today? Well, the Bishop of Wheeling gets in touch with Mother Celestine and wants some sisters. There's this building was the home of a physician that he made part of it was still his home and part of it was a hospital. But he wanted it to become a hospital under the care of sisters. So Bishop Whalen writes to the Sisters of St. Joseph. Now, of course, they are well prepared to teach the deaf. Why not take over a hospital? They're invited to Wheeling, and 3 sisters of St. Joseph and 3 novices begin under the direction of Mother Agnes Spencer. Now remember, Agnes Spencer was the first non-French superior. She was superior of the orphanage in Philadelphia for a very little while, and then is sent to open up the mission in Wheeling. So they arrive to take charge of the Wheeling Hospital. They were officially, among them is Sister Agatha Guthrie, a sister who, she was a convert. I believe her family was Presbyterian. She was a teacher in St. Louis and had a friend who was a Catholic who brought her to the Mass at the Jesuit church. She got intrigued with Catholicism, became a Catholic, and entered the congregation at Carondelet. And then her first mission is to go to Wheeling to begin to work with this hospital, because of course teachers are ready to run hospitals. Another one was Sister Anastasia, who was an Irish immigrant. Sebastian was a German immigrant who went as a postulant. These 3 went as postulants. Another Irish. The bishop had arranged for them, he had let somebody in town know that he had these sisters coming to take over the hospital, and would they, he needed a boarding house for them. And so a woman said, yes, she had a boarding house, she'd be happy to receive them. They arrive and she sees how they're dressed. And she says, I thought you said they were sisters. He says, they are. She thought they were blood sisters. She didn't want any nuns in her house, not a good Protestant like she was. So they ended up using the attic of this building, the hospital, to live in for quite a good amount of time. And then after those first ones arrived, Agnes Spencer and Sister Ligori Lee arrived with Mother Celestine from Philadelphia, and the community was complete. And there's a whole wonderful group of stories around Wheeling and everything that happened. So that's 1853, Wheeling. And you see how we're growing. 6 sisters assigned, 4 from Carondelet, 2 from Philadelphia. The 2 superiors are sending people and they're working together to respond to the requests that they get. The next one, when our first sisters arrived in New Orleans, it happened that Bishop Rosati was in New Orleans for the ordination of the new Bishop of New Orleans. And he was there with his vicar, whose name was John Timon. Timon was also a Vincentian, born in the United States, and he had great fame as a missionary. He was the superior, or they called it visitor, of the Vincentians in the United States. And they say that Timon was offered the role of being the assistant to Kenrick, but he turned it down. And he was offered a couple of other places where he could be the assistant to bishops, and he continually turned them down. And one of the biographers said because he wanted his own place to do it in his own way. Well, as time would go on, Timon really would do everything in his own way. And that made life really difficult for Mother Agnes Spencer. Whereas I'll sing the praises of Bishop Kenrick, Timon is one of the least of my friends out of this history. Anyway, 1854, a priest writes from the town of Canandaigua and wants sisters to begin there. So Sister Agnes Spencer goes with Sister Theodosia Hagman, Francis Joseph Ivory, who just a few years before had been part of founding St. Paul, and a Sister Petronilla Roscoe. They go and start the community in Buffalo. The first woman to receive the habit in the state of New York was this, Sister Stanislaus Leary, who's got another huge, fun, intriguing chapter in our history. Then Bishop Timon is friends with Bishop Laughlin in New York. And when Laughlin needs help, Timon says, talk to the Sisters of St. Joseph. And so Laughlin writes to Philadelphia to Mother St. John Fournier, who talks to Bishop Naumann. Bishop Laughlin says, could you send me the very least number just to help things get started? Naumann says, you don't have any to spare, I'm sorry. So St. John Fournier says, sure, we'll send you the very least number, 1. And that was Mother Austin Keene. Mother Celestine, meanwhile, sends 2 others from Buffalo to help start in New York. And so this is another, we've got those pictures of the tree, that will say Philadelphia founded Brentwood or Brooklyn. It's truly Buffalo via, or St. Louis via Buffalo and Philadelphia founded New York. That tree is nowhere near as clear as it looks because Mother St. John Fournier and Mother Celestine Pomerel were acting as the major superiors. So here are these connections that are going throughout the world. By 1843, the Lyon congregation had 244 houses. Le Puy had brought together 52 different communities. New congregations, Chambéry was formed in 1812. By 1851, they went to India. By 1858 to Brazil. Another congregation was founded in 1821 in Turin, Saint-Jean-de-Maurienne, 1822. These are all coming out of what was the foundation in Lyon. Meanwhile, as I said, France sent more sisters to the United States or to America. Not only did Moutier come to us, but the congregation of Bourg started a community and what became a province, then 3 provinces in Mississippi. And the Sisters of St. Joseph of Chambéry went to Brazil in 1858. So this is all France moving to America. So we've got growth happening and also losses. Delphine Fontbonne was the first of the French sisters to die. And we have all of these who died in that time by 1855. And then in 1857, Mother Celestine Pomerel died. Basically, you would say of overwork, being weakened because of all that she was doing in travel and helping to found communities. She died on June 7th, 1857. And we end up with the question again, who are we now? Pat, how much time do I have left?
Let's see, it's almost 2:30. So let me look at my schedule because I don't remember.
It makes me feel better.
Okay, good. So it looks like we started about 1:30 and it's 2:30 now.
So we should be ending.
Well, I think we were going to go till 2:45 and have
Okay.
have the question and answer session at that point.
Okay, we'll get through more then. Who are we? Sisters of St. Joseph in the United States in 1858. Now, Mother Celestine has just died. Little story there. The sisters came together. Now, during this time, all these superiors had known one another. At this point, with all of the Sisters of St. Joseph throughout the United States, in these different places that I've mentioned, Philadelphia, Wheeling, Buffalo, Brooklyn, and all of the little communities that were, the local communities founded out of those places that had their own novitiates. All of these sisters would have been within what I call 2 degrees of knowing one another. If you didn't know Sister Austin Keene, somebody you knew pretty well did know her. There was nobody more than 2 generations away from being in formation under the original French sisters. So even if they hadn't met one another, they knew a lot about one another. And here we are. This is the Crondelet side of things. I don't have the figures for the other communities, but by 1858, approximately 167 women have become part of Crondelet. Now, that's 22 years. That's a lot of growth. 72 of them were born in Ireland, 30 were born in the US, 28 in Germany, 26 in France, 5 in Kennedy, 4 in Canada, 4 in England, and 2 in other places. I forget what one Belgium, I don't remember. So at that point, there are about 150 professed sisters, not including those who entered elsewhere. And here's what we had done by 1858, the foundations that I've already talked about. And then we go to Albany. The Diocese of Albany was established in 1847. It was about 3 times as large then as it is now. There were about 60,000 Catholics and 38 priests. You see all of those numbers. And down below, you see the comparison for today. What happens is, you probably know this story fairly well. A Father Joseph Gourdet, or Gourdet, I don't know how you say his name, was the second pastor of St. Mary's Church in Oswego. He set up a school. He first taught in it, and then it was in the basement of the church with 3 lay teachers, a man and 2 single women. In 1854, he heard that Bishop Timon in Buffalo had Sisters of St. Joseph, and he decided that he wanted some. And so he writes a letter. Dear Mother St. John, in the hopes, this is St. John Fasmas, who has become the superior. In hopes of receiving the Sisters of St. Joseph, I have prepared for them. Now, this is his introductory letter. Here's what look at the deal I have for you. I have made the following purchases. A house that cost me $1,650. Now, that was money. A second lot for the sister's house, for $500. Furnishings for the sister's house. And the first addition to the sister's house. This guy has a plan. Well, Mother St. John says yes. And so, Sisters Stanislaus Saul, Patricia Pine, Flavia Walton, Chrysostom McCann, Eusebius Verdun, and Hyacinth Blanc go. Now, if you can see that picture very well, a couple of them have delightful expressions on their face. Most of all, I think she's going to be the fun troublemaker. I'm not sure which one she is. So by 1860, here's where we are, called forth by our dear neighbors. The sisters in Philadelphia have a hospital. We're teaching school. We've got children. Bishop Kenrick, Bishop Timon, Bishop Naumann, Wheeling. All this called forth by the dear neighbors. We're caring for orphans, opening hospitals. In 1860, our constitutions were the constitutions that came from France, translated into English. And according to those constitutions, every house, every area the superior was the bishop of the diocese, and he could appoint someone in his stead, a vicar, and he could also appoint the confessor for the house. But the bishop had incredible authority over the sisters. So here's where we are. When I was going to tell you the story, when Mother Celestine died, the superiors came together and they were to elect a new superior. And they elected Sister Seraphine Coughlin, who was born in New York, did her novitiate at Carondelet, and by then was up in St. Paul as the superior of the sisters in St. Paul. When she was told that she had been elected, she said, well, Bishop Cretan just died, and the vicar here thinks that I am needed here. In addition, I don't think I have the health to come to St. Louis and be the superior. And so Bishop Kenrick appointed Mother St. John Fasmas as the superior. Now, this was in 1857. Mother St. John Fasmas had arrived as a French missionary, herder of cows, in 1854. She had become Mother Celestine's right-hand person, novice director, the person in charge when Mother Celestine was out visiting, etc. One history, the history of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Moutier, says that on her deathbed, when Bishop Kenrick met with her, Celestine said that Fasmas would be her best replacement. That's the story from Moutier. That's not corroborated anywhere else, nor is it denied anywhere. But there is a story from a very young sister, I'm not even sure she had made vows yet, a country girl who had some of her little exaggerating tendencies about this and other things as well, talked about how when Kenrick named Phasmas, sisters cried and screamed, threw themselves on the floor, and he left in a hurry. This person also said many sisters left the community on the head of this. Now, our records do not bear witness to that at all. There's no indication that any sisters left the community at that time. So, but that story has gotten made popular because it's a great story. How factual it is, well, I don't know. Anyway, Mother St. John Phasmas, the French missionary from Moutier, is now the major superior in Carondelet, and St. John Fournier is the major superior in Philadelphia. And those are the two biggest places, the two places that have together worked to found these other places. And here are our major players. Let's see if I can name them all. This is Mother St. John Phasmas. This is Agatha Guthrie, who was one of those first founders at Wheeling, and also would eventually be the superior selected after Mother St. John Phasmas, I believe. Agnes Spencer. Austin Keene, who was the founder, the one sent from Philadelphia to start in Brooklyn, New York, which became Brentwood. She also was the founding superior at Baden and Watertown, New York. Not Watertown, Vermont, Rutland. This is Magdalene Weber, and that's another picture of Fournier, Mother St. John Fournier. We're in this time of transition. These now are the two major superiors. What are their plans? Before Mother Celestine died, she had been gathering some of these superiors from around the country in meetings and talking about what are we to do. At this same time, Lyon, which has been operating under the Mother St. John Fontbonne plan since at least 1818, 1820, of gathering these different communities together. Lyon, for the first time, starts to revise their constitutions so that they're writing the constitutions for a congregation with a superior general and a centralized novitiate, and the possibility of extensions in other dioceses, possibilities of provinces, etc. Certainly, sisters here knew about that. Certainly they knew about that because the constitutions that get drawn up here lift more than a few paragraphs directly from the newly owned constitutions. So what are they doing? 1860. Now, Mother Celestine had died, and Mother Celestine was tremendously beloved. She seems to have sort of been the jolly come one, come all sort of person. She's replaced by Mother St. John Phasmas. And I think it's quite possible that some noses were out of joint that this new French woman got named when there were other people who had been around for a longer time who certainly spoke better English, etc., etc. Anyway, then on January 5th, 1860, Bishop John Naumann died, just dropped dead in the street. And Bishop Frederick Wood takes his place as the Bishop of Philadelphia. Wood was a convert. He came from, I think, Cincinnati or Cleveland or somewhere like that. So as a convert, he didn't have any background about religious life. Naumann was a Redemptorist. So he knew, Neumann, I guess is how you say his name, Neumann. He knew religious life. He knew what community was about. He knew how authority works with superiors and so on. Wood wants his sisters to be like his diocesan priests. You're here, you're mine. As did a number of others. So on May 2nd, they call for a meeting at Carondelet to discuss a congregational structure. All of the superiors around the United States were invited. Not all attended. So these are the superiors from St. Paul, St. Louis, Natchez, Mississippi, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Brooklyn, Toronto, and Hamilton, Canada were all invited. Philadelphia, Brooklyn, and Buffalo do not attend, nor does Canada, because we don't have solid evidence. Were the sisters consulted? We don't know. It seems that the bishops of those dioceses said, no, you're not going. New York should be included in there. Oh, Brooklyn is, yeah. The bishop said, you're not going. Wheeling, the sister from Wheeling came to that meeting, but she was coming with the news that Wheeling would not be part of a new congregation. So they proposed a new congregation, or a new constitution that was supported by Bishop Kenrick, and it was modeled on Lyon's new constitution. It proposed a congregational governance with provinces under a generalate. Plan A was that the provinces would be St. Louis, Philadelphia, and Toronto. So Carondelet explained the changes as modifications, and this line is directly lifted from the Lyon constitutions, designed to increase the mutual support and dependence of the various houses among themselves, and to give greater stability and uniformity to the whole congregation. What's the big difference between this constitution and what was going on? First of all, there's the question of provinces. There's a local kind of authority instead of Mother Celestine or St. John, the sisters St. John. The role of the bishops. According to the traditional constitutions, the bishops were the absolute superiors, that the sisters are to consider them as holding the place of Jesus Christ. The Carondelet constitutions, supported by Bishop Kenrick, say the sisters are subject to the authority of their bishop as to their ordinary, like any other Catholic in the diocese. They shall render him the obedience due the authority with which he is invested. He is no longer going to be Jesus Christ and God the Father telling them what the Holy Spirit has said. So what's happened is we've got Eastern bishops, for the most part, saying no, and bishops further to the Midwest saying okay. The only Easterner who allowed the sisters to participate was Bishop McCluskey of Albany. And he had something like those 4 or 6 sisters, and this was May, and in June he was promised more. So you can bet that if he said no, he wasn't going to get any more. He's the one who became the first US cardinal. He went from Albany to New York City and became the first cardinal. So to whose advantage was all of this? Well, and who really decided? What we ended up with was what we know. Carondelet has 2 provinces, St. Louis and St. Paul. Albany became a province 2 years later. Philadelphia eventually became, and we were going toward being a congregation of papal right. Philadelphia became papal right in 1896. They had been working on their constitution since 1865, but didn't get the approval until 96. The others were diocesan communities under the authority, or you could say always potentially under the thumb of the bishops. And so we look at this and say, who are we now? And that's where we've come in that first 200 years, our history of change.
Wow.
So there we are.
Amazing. Just amazing. So everyone and anyone, if you have a question that you have for Sister Mary Mcglone, then this would be the time and the place to do that.
Any comments as well, doesn't have to be a question.
Okay. Okay, Kathy Young, why don't you start by unmuting yourself?
Okay, Sister Mary, it was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I'm an associate who spent almost 20 years in New York working at the New York State School for the Deaf.
Oh, okay.
I met the CSJs before I went to New York while I was living in Japan. And it's where I first learned Japanese Sign Language, and that motivated me to go to Gallaudet for graduate school,
Really?
where I became a school counselor. So, of course, the CSJ history and path and my experience living and working in Japan, and
Mhm.
I considered entering the community, but then later decided to become an associate. It all, flows
Sure.
together for me. And I
Yeah.
so appreciated hearing the historical part, especially about the School for the Deaf. I've heard a lot about it. I've yet to visit St. Joseph's Institute. I know it has a great reputation, especially with their oral approach to teaching, whereas my background is using American Sign Language. But someday I'll get there. But thank you very much for all
Thank
that.
you.
Anyone else? Okay, I've gone to screen 2 to see if there's any hands up over here. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, Anne Marie, I'm sorry, unmute yourself. I think you had something even earlier. Put your cursor in your own picture and you should see a thing that says mute or unmute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sister. This was excellent. I read your first book and I loved every bit of it.
Thank you.
But one of the things that so impressed me about the 1800s and as the community started to spread across the United States, the sisters had so many challenges that you, in your book, you really, share some really interesting and very funny stories. But one of the things that impressed me so much in terms of the relationship of the sisters to the bishops was how they had really no choice but to just say, oh, all right, well, I guess you don't want me, so I'm gone. But they never, as that happened to individual sisters, this bishop didn't like this sister because she was too pushy, or, and for whatever reason, it was probably because they were threatened by them, but that the sisters would obediently respond to whatever it was the bishop wanted, but they always found a workaround. They always developed a workaround to bring about the mission. The mission was always primary. And so, okay, if it isn't going to be in Buffalo, I'll go over here and do it. And then a couple of years later, you'd find she's back in Buffalo, either because there was a new bishop or because that bishop had sort of relented or forgotten about their disagreement. But to me, it was just so, they were formidable in the way they never lost sight of who they were and what they were called to do. No matter what the obstacle was, they had a workaround. And I just admire that so much about them.
Yeah. They didn't just roll over and play dead.
No, not at all.
Anyone else? Oh, Pat Cairns, unmute yourself, please.
I love the story. Anne Marie really does speak so well of even our contemporary community. I remember an occasion where we renovated an 80,000 square foot center for senior citizens. And I know I did mention to the bishop that we were thinking of doing this, But in the meantime, we raised the money to do it. And at the ribbon cutting, which we invited him for, and he was thrilled. He thought it was a wonderful center. He said to me, "How did this happen?" And I said, "Oh, well, Bishop, you were really kind of busy, you know, and I knew you would really like to have us do this for our seniors because it's a senior center." But we still do that. I mean, we get wonderful things done, and we are very respectful and we pay attention. But when we know and feel that the Lord is calling us to do something, we do it with a certain amount of gusto and maybe a little bit under the table.
Picking up on that, I think there are a lot of anecdotes that talk about the CSJ way of operating. But as I went through the story, particularly the second volume of our history, 1860 to 2010 or so, I realized that we may make a great plan. We may go with an idea. For instance, we're going to go be evangelizers of the Native American people and teachers of the deaf. And we get there and there are no Native Americans and there are only a few deaf. And so what do? Well, obviously a school for the children of freed slaves, obviously a boarding school, obviously an orphanage. As I said earlier, well, why not take over a hospital? We're well prepared in deaf education, we make a plan, but then we end up doing what's called forth by the dear neighbor. So anytime we think we're making a big plan, just remember Mother St. John Fosmas and her cows, you don't know what's going to be called forth, but we're somehow, this is the group that's called together for the life of the world to be able to pull it off too. And we don't know what this future is going to be, I doubt that Mother St. John Fontbonne, when she first befriended the Countess, thought that she was going to internationalize the congregation. But there it went.
Janet, Derby, did you have please unmute yourself. Janet, we can't hear you. Okay, try again.
And we see her hand up.
I see the hand up. I'm just not hearing anything Janet is saying.
If she wants to write in the chat, maybe we'd see.
Oh, there's, well,
we see her.
We still can't hear you, Janet. If you want to write a chat message to us and we can ask the question that way.
Now, can our deaf educator read lips?
I don't know what's happening, why you can't be heard. I'm going to lower the hand and see if for some reason if that's causing it.
Maybe she has to mute.
Okay, everyone, please don't unmute yourself. Janet, try again. Yeah, no, we're not getting you at all. If you wouldn't mind typing it in the chat, and then we'll answer it via that way. In the meantime, while she's trying to type, does anyone else have a comment or question?
Sean Peters.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one. Okay, Sean.
Okay, I just was thinking that when you were talking, Mary, I was thinking about that, the book of Esther and the wonderful thing that Dolores Clerico talked about, where Esther's uncle says to her, perhaps it is for this very moment that you were born. And I think that the history sort of speaks of that, that the sisters, they may not have used the quote, but they lived the life.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Janet is typing or not. So,
Looks like she is.
yeah, okay. Sharon Kirby, unmute yourself, please. No, you're still muted.
There we
There you
Okay.
go.
Am I muted now? Okay.
No,
there we
you're
go.
good.
I just wanted to comment. I love the way that you have put throughout the presentation, who are we now? And I love that question, who are we now in this time and this place with the COVID and what's going to come down the line? What is our hope? Because I think this has been a hopeful time. I know there's been a lot of confusion, but I think in a way it's been God's saying to us, stop and pay attention. And a lot of people had to stop, and I think they had to pay more attention to their family and to the spirit. So it's interesting. Where are we now and where are we going?
Yeah.
Certainly is. I don't see anything from Janet yet, unless you got it directly to Mary. Chris, you want to go ahead? Unmute yourself, please.
I find it interesting that all of this goes back to the Countess and her vision, her zeal, and her willingness to risk her fortune for her dream. And she was a laywoman. And so I find the partnership with our associates so important, and really encourage the associates to dream and to have the zeal and the mission. And maybe you'll drag the rest of us along with you.
Okay, anyone else? I'm scanning. Okay, Connie Messett, please unmute yourself, please.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm going to pick up on Chris's, instead of the associates dragging us along with them, that we go together.
That would be good.
I have been really struck, and Chris and Mary were on that committee that began the sharing of the heart and the house. And I was fascinated to hear that half of the group were sisters and half of the group were associates. And I think and some of us have continued to do that. I have a group that meets once a month. And it's, for me, it's calling me to be more conscious of where is God calling me. I'm in the middle of a transition. And part of me doesn't know where God is calling. And yet I'm very conscious of how God has been leading me the past 5 years. And that ministry comes when I don't at least expect it. It's there. And I think that's what's happening with the community. I was conscious of that, where are we now? Because I think that's the question that both groups are asking. And it is, where is God calling us for the world now and tomorrow? Thank you.
Fran Dempsey, you can unmute yourself.
This morning, when I was looking at today, and then also next Saturday, saying to myself, both these Saturdays are so full, I wrote to myself, today I am looking at the history, and Saturday next week, I'm sorry, the associates of the Albany province won't be at our province gathering. I would prefer that they were, but that we're looking, asking that question: who are we now? What are we doing now? What are we doing next? So it's an interesting thing to sit here all day today. I loved it, Mary, and then
Thank
to
you.
look to next week. And again, I apologize to the associates. Thank you.
Anyone else with a comment or question? Scanning, 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 scanning. I don't see any raised hands. Janet Derby, I see your hand back up again. Want to give it a whirl again? I don't see your picture, and I don't hear anything you're saying, unfortunately. Okay, I think let's hang on and see if we can get you up and working. Okay, Carol Roloff, you want to unmute yourself, please? You want to hover over the screen and find where it says mute or unmute. No? Sure you can. I have faith in you.
Carol, Marie Eckler's been trying to get you, Pat.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carol, do you have an iPad? Just shake your head yes or no. Okay, on an iPad, you want to touch your screen, your whole screen, and somewhere on it should show up mute or unmute, or you have 3 dots and you have to click on the 3 dots. No?
Or maybe
I
it says
can't hear you.
more.
Yes, the 3 dots where it says more. No? Was there someone? I'm sorry, I can't hear you or see you. It's a phone. Oh, you want to call me?
Where is she still?
I cannot unmute you. Hang on, let me see if I can help you. Hang on 1 second. Let's see. It should, did you get a message from me, Carol, to ask you to unmute? That should give you the, there you are. Are you
Okay.
now? There you go.
Yeah, here, call Janet and you can ask her the question. I'll give you her number.
Call who? Oh, Janet, okay.
Try that.
Okay.
518.
Yep.
573.
Okay.
7105.
All righty, I'll do that. In the meantime,
What happened, she got stuck before. She can't really get in things. And I was just stuck too, the way it was. If you're in, I don't know what happened, but if she doesn't answer, try to get her to text you. You go like this.
okay, I'll give it a whirl.
Okay.
I promise. Was there someone else in the meantime who wanted to make a comment or question so that we're not?
Marie Eckler.
Marie Eckler?
Marie Eckler. Well, I probably would have been one of those mischievous sisters in that first wave that came over, because I've been known to have a very strange sense of humor. But I was wondering if in the early foundings in Lepuy, were there squirrels or chipmunks? I ask that because I've been out in the yard, and I don't know how many of you happen to have an inundation of chipmunks and squirrels around these days. But I've been out in the yard pulling up the beginning of probably 2,000 small maple and oak trees from the chipmunks that were buried just last fall. And in accordance with that, I just kept thinking of that remarkably enormous tree that we see posted with the whole congregation and all of the various branches. And I can't help but think of the parallel between that one small tiny acorn and what's happened over these 400 years and what can happen just in one season. And I just, for some reason, it just kept ruminating in my head. When I made my first commitment, I used that tree on a card that I had made. And today, 19 years later, I still keep thinking of that tree, but the acorns this week have been something else. So again, a very weird sense of humor, but a sharing of the heart.
One of my favorite, I mentioned that if you want some fun stories, look to the St. Augustine sisters who came from Le Puy. But they were all young and got on the boat and started to write back to their novice director and the superior in Le Puy. And the one writes and says, "You would be very, very happy with us. No one has gotten sick until we were at least a half an hour out of the harbor." And then she said, "Please be sure that you pray for us." Now, remember, these are 6 sisters on a boat for, I don't remember, let's say 49 days. "Please pray for us because we have so little time for prayer ourselves." And to wit, Sister so-and-so spent the entire day yesterday lying on her bunk, and all she ever said was, "Oh my God, it's all for you." So there's some great stories from those Florida sisters. And it gives you an imagination of everybody. You had to have a sense of humor to pull it off with that stuff. And I think maybe that was our friend Delphine Fontbonne's problem in the beginning. She took it too seriously, and it was hard on her and hard on others. Hear you, Pat. Pat, we don't hear
Would
you
help
now.
if I unmuted myself, right? Anyone else with a comment or question?
Carol Roloff?
No, she just wanted to tell me I was muted.
Okay.
This is ending a little earlier than I anticipated. Okay, everyone, it looks like it's, what time is it? I have 10 after 3. And we were going to go until, I think, whatever time it said on the calendar, 3:45. And we were going to have a break then. So since it seems like most everyone is here, would we like to take a break now and do a candle ceremony? Hang on. Thank you. And have the candle ceremony a little earlier as well. Would that help everyone?
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing a lot of bobbing heads. Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Sharon Kirby, do you have something you want to add? No, but you agree. Okay. All right. So it's 10 after 3 now. What do you say? You want 20 minutes or half an hour? 20 minutes?
Okay.
Half an hour. Okay. I guess I'm going with 20 minutes.
20
Okay.
minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in 20 minutes at 3:30, we're going to come back and we'll get set up to have the candle ceremony. And I hope the sisters will join us. Please come back with us to participate in it. And we would appreciate all of that. Thank you so very much. Take a break. Stand up, stretch.
Thank you. This is wonderful.
Pat, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Well, if you're talking to me, Pat, I don't know.
Quick question.
Uh-huh.
Are we, the associates, making our commitment at this point?
Yes, we will be during the candle ceremony.
Because there was clearly no mention of that anywhere.
Just the first.
Well, it's in the candle ceremony document.
I know that, being an associate for many years, but my concern is people like Kathleen Gerzone were thinking they may just join at 4:15 during the candle ceremony so they could recommit. make their recommitment.
Oh,
Well,
I wonder if there are others. She's the only one I know of that was thinking along those lines.
I thought I saw her logged in
Yeah,
earlier.
Kathleen's here somewhere. She has been. She was
here.
in my
Yes.
group.
Yes.
he's
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, but
She's here.
I don't know how many others there may
I'm
have
here.
been, Marie.
Yeah.
But right now, it looks like I have a majority of those who signed up.
good.
Okay, so, and if we miss someone, in all good honesty, I think it's fair to say that, you know, each area should be beginning their own local gatherings again.
Sure. Oh,
And
sure.
I would hope that in the next 2 or 3 months that you would have a recommitment ceremony for anyone in your own group who is not able to be here today. And there are many who are not even here. So I think,
Pat, I don't know if this makes any difference, but this is still on record. So I
Yes.
can't get out of where I am, nor can I do chat. So that could be, I don't know. I don't know why, but I have to leave anyway. But I'm just concerned that I think these other people that are muted, I don't think that they can talk to you either if there's anything else going on.
well, like Marie just was able to talk to me and
Yeah.
everybody else was able to chat. I don't
Because I
know.
can't even get off.
If they turn their microphone on, they can. If they didn't, they can't.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm not sure. I don't know why you can't
I did
disconnect. That's a bigger
That's
problem.
okay, but I'm still concerned
No,
about
no,
you.
this is
Thank you
perfect.
anyway.
I just
I
did bring
have
it
to
with
leave,
me.
but that's.
Hi,
that's
Mary Ann
Okay.
It's a
Lewison.
great time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol, for coming. I appreciate it.
Okay.
We need to mute.
Pat, can you hear me now, Pat?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
Janet.
good, Janet.
Don't ask me what I did, but somehow I just had a feeling it was going to come on.
I'm very happy. And Mary Mcglone is still here. So what is
Sure.
your question?
Okay, I
A
had
comment.
I had a two-part question.
Good.
Yes, and here's the first part. First part is, and I think you kind of answered it after I asked the question that you couldn't hear, but I'm kind of wondering, in your view, how vital do you think the associate and or agrégé movements are today in today's society today? How vital do you see it?
I'm not sure I know what to say about society. I think you all have to say that. I think
No,
in
I think
congregation-
you personally, what do you think our role is in society?
I think your role is to continue to carry out the mission in whatever ministries you're doing. And I think that we're together in sharing that spirituality and that sense of mission. The vitality, I think, is obvious from the number of people who are becoming part of it. Then each group has to figure out how vital their own members, their own membership is. But obviously, you know, there are more people becoming
Right.
associates than becoming vowed members today.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too, because I've noticed the very same thing.
It's obviously meeting a need, you know. I heard a lovely story about someone who came from a not Christian background, and who came to the church, and when she was trying to explain to her parents what she had decided to do, her mother said, "I don't know that I understand it, but I know from seeing you that I want what you have." And
that's good.
I think that's what's coming with associates. People are seeing associates and saying, "I'm not sure what it is, but I think I want that." And you know, it's you can't look at what's happening today in terms of numbers and not say this is a movement of the spirit.
Right.
You know, usually it's in the history of the church, after a major crisis like this, there's been a resurgence of religiosity. I don't know if it will happen this time. After
I know,
COVID.
I know.
But I am not sure, certainly in this country, perhaps at the time of the
Right.
Civil War, but other than that, I don't know when this country has been more in need of our charism. And the
I
same is
know, I agree.
absolutely true of Peru. And I think
right.
Japan is going
Yeah.
through some of its own questions about how to be open to migrants, how to be open to other cultures.
Yeah.
This
Yep.
charism
True.
is much, much needed. And the people that are hardest for
Yes,
us
it is.
to get along with are the ones who most need it, need us, need what we
That's right.
need to learn
And
to offer.
the second question is, did you ever think about maybe writing a script where you get all these major players in the history together and have a dialogue?
Oh,
those that went before, those that, you know,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying, like over
Sure,
time,
that'd be
and
fun.
just, you know, I think that would be a really fun thing to do and fun thing to write, you know, and to get that. I think it would be really interesting to do that.
I've one of my favorite people that I met through this process is the archivist at Brentwood, Virginia Dowd. And she and I have talked about how wonderful it would be at least to get some biographies. And I think I could probably off the top of my head name 8 or 10 sisters who I think their biography would be key to us. Celestine is one, Fasmas is another, Fournier is another, Mother Eucharista is another, Agnes Spencer, this crazy DeChantal Keating, who was in Wheeling.
Yep.
I would, however, remind you that Mary has another full-time job at the moment. Just saying, just saying.
I know.
Glad
This
you're
is
here,
for
Sean.
fun, Eileen. This is for fun. This is for fun, Sean. Really, it's for fun.
But you always have the busiest people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, when the Syracuse Community Sisters and Associates put on a 350th celebration, we did a kind of a scripted vignettes that one of the associates translated from the story into speaking parts. And so it was
right.
And we took Blessed Sacrament Church and packed it. We were at standing room only, the quantity of people in the Syracuse diocese.
That's the kind of
that
thing I'm
came.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it wasn't the
I think it'd be a
totality of
good-
it, but
really
we
be good.
certainly had a phenomenal response to it.
Yeah, I bet. Thank you very much, Mary.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go take a 3-minute
Thank you,
break.
Pat.
Okay, me too.
Tony Belmont, Eleanor Caniglio, Rita Costello, Ann Fazio, Janet Kaiser, Betty Laurie, Eileen McShane, Angela Massinio, Margaret Moore, Irma O'Connell, Marie Louise Perret, Margaret Rocher, Mary Weber,
We thank you for the light of these associates as we pray. May we be one in this circle of light. Syracuse.
Jane Dement. Beverly Layton. Patricia Race. Muriel Shannon. Sister Mary Agnes Kehoe.
We thank you for the light of these associates as we pray. May we be one in this circle of light. Utica.
Flora Olakwa, Eleanor Johnson, Catherine Linky, Jean McGurk, Dorothy Murphy, Trudy Murphy, Emma Masengo, Margaret Piacentino, Patricia Powers, Thelma Reinman, Marie Tallarico, Judy Eaton.
We give you thanks, O God, in this moment of communion and remembrance. And we ask that as we are one in our circle of light, we remember our sister and brother associates who are no longer with us. May we always be one with you in the circle of your loving presence. Amen.
Just give me one moment, please. This part of the candle ceremony will be the calling forth of our new candidate, Catherine Guevara. Inspired by the Holy Spirit and with a heartfelt affinity to the CSJA charism of unifying love, you seek a formal partnership as a CSJ associate.
I do.
Please sign the book of first commitment.
The blessing of the pin. Blessed are you, Lord, God of all creation. Through our baptism, we embrace the mission of Jesus Christ. Bless this pin as a sign of communion with the Sisters of St. Joseph. May all who wear it be mindful of their call to serve the dear neighbor without distinction. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
With a joyful heart, you have signed the Book of Acceptance, signifying your willingness to work with the congregation of the Sisters of St. Joseph. This pin is a symbol of your deepening relationship with God and one another. This candle we present to you is to light your way as an associate and let the light shine out to others in your daily life. Please keep this fire burning as a sign of your love and fidelity to the charism of unifying love. Go ahead.
As people of unity and reconciliation, we reach out to our brothers and sisters who share the task of building Christ's kingdom with us. This relationship enables us to collaborate in bringing the joy, hope, and love of Christ's risen presence into the world. And so we ask, do you commit yourself to live out fidelity, your Jesus Christ through prayer, faith, and service?
I do.
To strive to live the gospel?
I do.
Be more deeply active in living our Christ reconciling presence in the world?
I do.
Pray individually and communally with the Sisters of St. Joseph of Carondelet and associates?
I do.
To deepen your attitude of wonder, reverence, gratitude, openness to change, growth, and loving commitment?
I do.
Please make your first commitment.
The Lord has called me to faith and to a closer identification with the charism of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Carondelet, I wish to share in Church's mission of unity and reconciliation with the sisters and associates. I make this commitment for a period of 1 year, and I ask the sisters and associates to accept, acknowledge, and encourage me in this partnership.
Excellent. Congratulations, Katie. Now we invite all of the current associates. Yes, we can clap. Yay. All the current associates to please make your recommitment. I commit myself to strive for growth in prayer, faith, and service in the spirit of the congregation. I rejoice in the opportunity to share in partnership with those whom God has called to religious profession. I renew this commitment for a period of 1 year, and I ask the sisters to accept, acknowledge, and encourage me in this partnership.
Now I ask the sisters to respond in support of our associates. We support your response to the call of the Spirit, and we rejoice in your desire to grow in unity and reconciliation. We pledge ourselves to work with you in mutual partnership as we go forward, build God's reign of justice, love, and peace. May our patron Saint Joseph, model of loving service, be your special inspiration.
Amen.
Thank you.
May we continue with the associate portrait of a CSJ associate? I am going to mute everyone. I'm just going to ask that each of you, as you read your stanza, that you please unmute yourself. Thank you.
In order to be seen of it.
Let us begin with Shirley McCrae.
Eyes open on a world both miserable and sinful, but a world worked on by the Holy Spirit. Eyes open, ears attentive to the sufferings of the world.
Help me, Saint Joseph,
always to pursue the more.
Eyes open, ears attentive, and spirit alert. Never settled down, always in a holy disquietude, searching in order to understand, to discern what God and the dear neighbor await today, now for the body and for the soul.
Help
me, Saint Joseph,
always
to
through the more.
Eyes open, ears attentive, spirit alert, sleeves rolled up for ministry, without excluding the more humble, the less pleasing, the less noticeable. Help me,
Saint Joseph, always to pursue the more.
Finally, a face that reflects virtue proper to our congregation, that of continual joy of spirit. This is the quiet inner glow of the CSJ associate, whose life in the service of Jesus Christ has been successful and grace-filled. Thank you, St. Joseph,
Saint Joseph,
for helping me to pursue the more.
Pat, you're muted.
Okay, let me try this once more. I want to have a special prayer and offer congratulations to our associates who are celebrating special anniversaries, both last year and this year. Regina Cassetta, 25 years in 2020. Lois Hegarty, 25 years in 2020. Joanne Ferris, 25 years in 2020. Dolores Messelbeck, 25 years in 2020. Pat Hunt, 30 years in 2020. And Barb Testa, 30 years in 2020. And for 2021, Ann Klog, 25 years. Sandy Wright, 25 years. And so congratulations to all of you, and hopefully we can see you.
Okay, let's move in here. Okay. Before we say farewell, we do have a few words of gratitude to those many who have helped with this. First of all, the technical assistance from St. Louis's Latham, our coordinators from all 5 of the areas of the associate family here in New York, who work diligently in planning this day once a month on Zoom meetings. We couldn't have done it without them and their ideas. Eileen Davenport, Linda Olson for the opening prayer. Kathy Poupart for the candle ceremony. And all our associates from all the 5 areas who participated in the prayers this afternoon. Mary Goditis, who from the Binghamton area uniquely created for us and had created for us a memorable card that can be used. I put mine in the frame, but you can also use it for whatever way you want to. And I want to thank Mary for that. For Nancy Coco, Mary Craven, and Anne Marie Yelko, who helped prepare the newest member, Kathy Guevara, in our charism of unity and reconciliation. There's a lot of dedication in the time and effort that they put into it, and we are deeply appreciative. And we also thank Katie for her commitment and her dedication during the preparation. And then all of you for your dedication to the spirit of the associates. And especially, I'd like to thank you for the support of our sisters during this very challenging year, especially those at the Provincial House. Your cards and your phone calls and your prayers were a blessing and witness to indeed living out what it means to be a portrait of an associate of the Congregation of St. Joseph. Special thanks, though, today goes to Sister Mary Mcglone, who provided for us an extremely inspiring and informative historical background of the first years of our congregation. And you'll be glad to know that Mary will be our guest speaker next year, and she will be doing the 1860 to the present time. I was able to rope her into that one too, and she got married. So Sister Sean is going to have to live with that. Okay? Because nobody else can do it like Mary, to be quite honest. So thanks, Mary, for your generosity in being a guide as we continue on as companions on the journey. And finally, Pat Pilon, who diligently facilitated all of the above, all of us in this celebration for both the associates and the sisters, together to share our charism of unity and reconciliation. It is wonderful to have both the associates and the sisters participating in this event. Pat's truly an anchor in this process, not only of Zoom, but in directing the associates. So I personally thank her, and I am so glad she's a computer engineer. And so I'm going to turn this back over to the facilitator of this day, Pat Pilon.
Thank you, Marilyn. I think the both of us together, Marilyn and I, have made a unique team in a unique circumstance. And so it's been a good experience for all of us. I hope you have enjoyed today. I hope this, it was a good substitute for getting together. I think meeting everybody one-on-one is wonderful. However, I never met Christy Phillip before. Never knew the name, never knew who this person was, and was able to join us today from California. And so that just made it all the more a blessing to have someone here that we don't normally see. So thank you, Christy, for joining us.
She's in Seattle.
Seattle, sorry. Where did I get California from? I don't know. Anyway, it's on the West Coast. So,
Spokane, actually.
Spokane, thank you. This has been a wonderful, wonderful day for all of us, I think, and I hope that we take the spirit of St. Joseph with us as we go forward from today. And until we meet again, God bless you all.
God bless. Thank you.
And you can chat all you want now.
Here we go.
Thanks, Pat.
I will leave it open.
Wonderful
for a while
to
if
be with
anybody
you all.
wants to
Thank
go.
you.
It was great. Mary, thank you.
My pleasure.
See you next year, Mary, if I don't see you.
Okay. In person.
In person,
Yes,
you're coming to Albany, right?
Yeah, I hope.
You better. I don't want to
Blessings, I
do
know.
this again.
Yeah.
And also the cards that we prepared, we sent to the associates. But if any other sisters who didn't get one would like one, just send me a text. Send me a text and I will be glad to, or send me a text or an email and I will be glad to make sure one is sent to you as well. I do have extra, so you're certainly welcome to them.
Hey, Pat Pilon,
Yes.
my chapter table mate, how are you?
Oh, wonderful, huh? My table made a chapter. That's right, Kathy. I'm doing very well. Thank you. Janet Derby,
Good to
can
see you.
talk?
Great job. What?
I wanted to know if Janet Derby could still talk on her connection. Nope, she just keeps coming and
Can
going.
you hear me, Pat? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
Janet.
can, yes.
Can't see
Can
you,
you
but
hear
we
me?
hear you.
Yes,
I'm in and out. I'm in and out.
I
Great
know.
job.
It's
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
excellent, everyone. So who else is here I haven't seen yet? Joan Porco.
Have a
Hi,
great
Joan.
rest
We
of the
love
week.
you.
I see all these faces that I don't normally see, so it's kind of nice to get a face and a name put together here. Eileen Davenport, I'd love to set
Still
up your
haven't
head
quite
today.
figured out how to get everybody's picture on, but.
Yeah, but you
No,
come in and out, Janet.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know,
no.
I haven't done that, but you can press.
That's me, in and out.
There you go. Well, at least it's more frequent now, Janet.